Hello, everybody. Hello, Pop Culture Curator here. So good to see you, and I'm so sorry for the delay tonight. This medication, not right now, coaches. Sorry, I just fed the dogs. This medication really knocks me out. I take it, and then it puts me to sleep. And Nemesis Eden was asking, well, why don't I take it during the night? But I do that, and I can't get up in the morning. And one side effect of my treatment is I get these tingling and numbing on my extremities. And that also it makes it very difficult to sleep. So when I lay in bed at night, I'm getting these tinglings and like kind of like I hate talking about this kind of stuff, but I do need to justify that you guys know what's going on, so leaving you in the dark. But when I lay in bed at night, I get these like stabbing, tingling feelings on my in my feet, and it's very hard to sleep. So by the time day comes around, it's like I'm thoroughly exhausted because I didn't sleep the night before. So it's a juggle between that and taking pain pills. And I took pain pills this morning just before Jill's stream, and it's hard to stay up and focus on those darn pills. And right after her stream was over, I thought, well, I'll lay down for a little bit before the horror stream. And then next thing I know, I'm waking up to you guys texting me, and I'm thinking, oh goodness, I slept by through the alarm and everything. So up front, I do want to apologize, everybody. I'm so sorry. I know it's late, so I'll try to get through this as quick as I can.
I'm
I think I,
so glad you're okay. I bet that I hope that extra sleep helped out.
well, it did. I feel better. That's the problem. I'm thinking maybe I should have taken those pills this morning. I might have been a little more focused during your stream, and then I would have forced myself to stay awake during the day. But of course, if I would have done that, I know I would have been drowsy and like slurring. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if I would have been able to make it through this stream if I hadn't taken a nap. That's what I was concerned about.
Yeah, well, sometimes a little extra sleep can make a big difference. So, it's probably a good thing you did actually, Bob.
It is now. I hope I can sleep tonight. My hours are all out of whack, so it's hard to explain.
Hello, Pop.
I do. Hey, Scotty, good to see you. And hello to the panel, first of all. Thank you all for being so patient. Hello to Gorilla's Random Thoughts and Nemesis of Eden, Scotty, PvP, and Anti-Derivative. Jill, how are you all doing tonight?
Not bad.
Oh, I'm doing
Nothing
wonderful.
too exciting, but nice to be here.
I'm feeling very good.
Looking forward to Jurassic Park. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
Oh. I'm going to be the Ian Malcolm of the evening, so
Ian
Oh,
Malcolm.
enjoy
no.
the chaos.
That's Jeff Goldblum character, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
I do.
yeah. Too bad my kid's not here because he wanted to really tell you something.
Oh, well, sorry to hear that. Maybe next time I'm on.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well, he
tomorrow.
wanted to tell you na 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 na, or how does it go? He was doing the theme to when they first
Your
released.
son would do it better.
Yeah, I know he do it.
Don't. No. We'll get copyright struck, even if we fucking sing it. Just don't.
Wanna
No.
no.
God damn it, Scott! I will kick you from the panel, motherfucker.
No, fair enough. Good point.
Oh, but the song is so good.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my god, it's amazing. It's amazing.
All right. Well, let's not get too far off track, but I will just say one thing. That I've never really noticed music in a lot of stuff. It's always just been background noise, so I never noticed. But between this and what's that one episode of Star Trek? Everybody knows it.
The ultimate
Right.
computer.
Time.
What? Yeah, Muck Time. Those are the only two musical structures that I can actually ever remember. Was this and Muck Time.
Well, you need more exposure to John
Oh.
Williams.
Oh, dude, yeah, John Williams. Once again, that's just a testament to John Williams. Just one of the greatest composers of our time, I think.
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah. If you can't remember the Star Wars theme, you've been living under a rock.
Star
Since
Wars,
late
Indiana
70s,
Jones, Superman, the
What's this?
movie.
What's the Star
Jaws.
Wars think of?
The Time Tunnel wasn't one of his first works. The theme to the Time Tunnel.
All right.
I know he did Lost in Space. I don't know if he did the Time Tunnel.
Yeah, I
My
know he did-
mistake.
He did the two Lost in Space themes, just first
Alright.
two seasons of season 3, but yeah, he could have done Time Tunnel. You never know.
All right. with this, should we say hi to our lovely people in the chat?
Yes, we
Yes,
are not
please.
trying to ignore you, everybody. And most of all, thank you for your patience. I know some of you have been waiting a long time. And thank you, Gorilla, for helping me out with this.
Yeah, not a problem. All right, so we got some guy named Nemesis here saying, "Welcome to our Jurassic Park stream."
Welcome.
Finally, yes.
Scotty said
Wear your seatbelts.
he spared no expense except for that Mr. Hamlin was apparently a cheapskate there because even that one fat guy even said it in the movie that
dude,
paid him
yeah. Like that, you could have a drinking game of I spared no expense. We spared no expense. Take a shot every time that happens. Please don't, not tonight. But and then John Hammond is by far the villain of the film. It's just too bad that Richard Attenborough is such a cuddly, cute grandpa because it kind of detracts from the true villain that he's supposed to be.
Oh come on! I don't want to. Remember, I have to.
He's more of a mad scientist than a villain. He's.
That's what I was going to say. It's not intentional. That's what I was going to say.
Who was the guy who was in charge of the Forbidden Planet?
Are you talking about the Walter Pigeon character?
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of like that. He was he's doing this for the benefit of.
He's also
humanity.
He's doing it for money.
I would also say that he's a lot like Richard Daystrom from The Ultimate Computer.
He's great. I am great. He is great.
Yeah, this is his baby. He really wants it to grow and flourish and succeed, but he's blind to the
and
danger.
I do want to go in order. I don't know the rules of the stream, but we do get to sort of the character motivation of John Hammond. And so...
Yes, in the scene between him and Dr. Sattler.
Yeah. Hey, I can tell you the whole motive. Money.
Yes, that is correct. And the frugality that he has that causes all of the issues in the film.
You think he's frugal?
Yes. Yes, I do. The whole point, his whole spared no expense line is a complete lie. The whole reason why we'll get into it, but with Nedry.
Good.
It was really good, apparently. And that Chilean sea bass looked really appetizing after the raptor scene.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, DVB, welcome. He says, there are going to be dinosaurs on this dinosaur stream. For some reason,
that happens when you go to the zoo, too.
Yeah, Scotty said trip for some reason.
Because DVB is... Yeah.
Nemesis. And welcome, Resolute Jordan. Welcome.
Hello, Jerm.
Hey, Jerm.
Listening to Weird Al for prep. Okay.
Jurassic Park is frightening in the dark.
I finished the movie instead of listening to that.
I watched the movie too. I watched the Blu-ray.
Yeah. Nice. There will be no music played. It will be an instant copyright issue, but who doesn't know the Jurassic Park theme?
That is correct.
So there's your warning, Scotty.
Yeah, with some movies you can get away with a little bit more, but I don't know. It's so well known. It's such a big franchise. I don't think I get away very much on this one. So
there's no risk in it on this one.
We would like to celebrate.
Yeah, but I don't have an ear for music. I could probably be fine.
We would like to celebrate John Williams, but also if we draw too much attention to John Williams' music, we will get in trouble.
I know, it's so ridiculous. How dare we promote John Williams?
Oh, by the way, I just looked it up, and John Williams did indeed write the opening and closing themes to the Time Tunnel.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks for looking that up.
Yeah.
Hey, I love looking up trivia and stuff.
Cool.
Thank you, PvP.
So you're saying they're worse than Warner Brothers? But I will say, for as much crap as I give Warner Brothers for hitting every single one of my streams, they have been very fast and efficient at releasing them.
Yeah, you usually get stuff up in a day or two, don't you, Gorilla?
Well, they don't take it. They only took one down, and I had it back up in 2 hours.
Oh, there you go. Wow, that's really good, actually.
Yeah. And Nemesis here says, I had the Jurassic Park game for the Sega, where you play as either Dr. Grant or a Velociraptor. It was hard but amazing. I'm not. Yeah, I got some. I think I got that game. I actually do got that game for the Genesis there too.
Nice.
Arcade games. Some
Yeah.
arcade Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Scotty says I played the SNES one. It made very little sense.
Super
Something
Nintendo.
about playing different padlocks.
Paddocks.
Would you at least get to eat people in the games?
No, you like ran around with like a cattle prod, and you never hurt the dinosaurs, but you tried to push them into different areas, and it was very strange.
That sounds
Yeah,
kind
it
of
was-
boring.
It was a top down, and like there was no save. It was very bizarre. You look like Smokey the Bear.
Yeah,
It was weird.
All right. Nemesis here says, I know that the one where you played as Smokey Bear with a gun and there was no save feature. And that was a long game. So what,
Yeah.
did you get to go around shooting arsonists or something?
no dinosaurs.
Yeah, you had to like collect dinosaur eggs and like zap them into paddocks. But anyways,
No. Hey, if we're gonna do Smokey the Bear, I want to go start people. I want to go shoot people who aren't practicing fire safety.
No, that's a
That's a
different
good
bear.
game.
That's Smokey the Bandit. What? No, Smokey the Bandit is a very different name. Never mind.
It's a very
yes, he is.
different bear.
Scotty, I think you spoke too much today.
Yeah, it's probably true.
or not enough.
Yeah. And Scotty here says, Dotson, we got Dotson here.
Nobody cares, Scotty.
One of the most memeable. That's probably one of the most memed thing ever. And welcome, Suzanne. Welcome.
Hello, Suzanne. Good to see you.
And everybody.
Hey, Suzanne.
She's saying hi to everybody. Everybody's saying hi to her.
Everybody's doing a brand new dance now. Come on,
she's-
baby. Do
yeah,
the
she-
evolution.
And she's putting the links in for people. Thank you.
Yeah,
I don't
appreciate
want-
that, Suzanne.
I don't want to take it anymore. I'll stay here locked behind the door. Yeah, but the Velociraptor will still find you.
I know they can work doors.
Yeah, DVB says, oh yeah, the Weird Al Jurassic Park song is awesome.
Thanks, Trip.
I didn't know there was one. Interesting. I need to check it out one of these days.
It's kind of a fun novelty song. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, Weird
It
Al
says,
does have some fun songs.
I'm just burning doing the neutron dance.
That is also true.
Well, if I remember correctly, he's not even Weird Al anymore. He's just Al now, right? Because he thought Weird was in.
He's dead.
Correct.
He's dead.
Weird Al's still alive.
Weird Al is still alive.
I swear I seen an obituary for him. I'm gonna fact check this here as soon as I get through these chats here.
Yeah, I think
You're
he's
pretty-
Gorilla.
I'm pretty sure you heard that on King of the Hill, dude.
Yeah,
don't
Gorilla,
believe
fact
everything
check
you
it.
read.
Ask me if he's alive. I'll tell you,
Yes.
he is, and it's true.
If someone has Jill's link, can you drop it, please? Then I'll be bouncing
Well,
between.
hopefully, Stream Elements will wake up. I think it just did. Stream Elements just dropped Jill's link.
And I also dropped it
Thank
as
you.
well. So
And
yeah,
I
you know
dropped
worries.
it too. We
Like it
spared
was
no
hot.
expense.
Yeah, fuck yeah, bro. That's why you had one person automating the whole park.
Nedry.
Yep.
What's the name of Samuel L. Jackson's character? Except for hold on to your butts.
I
Oh,
feel
God
bad
damn
'cause
it.
I didn't do as much homework as I usually do.
Mr.
Yeah.
Arnold.
Mr.
Yeah.
Arnold. That is correct.
All right.
Look at the big brain on Brett.
So,
Yeah, I didn't
Suzanne
have time.
says, so Suzanne says I'll be bouncing between the stream and the war stuff, fellas.
Star Wars?
Okay.
No, she has family in Israel.
Oh, my mistake. I
Yeah,
don't
she
mean to
means
make fun
real-
of a tragedy.
She means real war stuff, unfortunately, Scotty.
Yeah, the
And
whole
I
world.
can't make fun, and I shouldn't.
I just
Well,
can't believe how our government is involved in that. It makes me sick.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm so happy that Canada got left out because we're an international embarrassment. So here you go.
you said it,
quite
not
often-
me.
Quite often, Canada avoids those kind of things. I don't
Yeah,
get
Yeah,
it.
we like
Smart.
to be peacekeepers. We like
Which
to
is probably a
contribute.
good thing because I mean
Yeah,
we have
but-
enough problems
We
of our own.
Probably
Yeah.
shouldn't be talking about politics on the stream,
Yes.
though.
I
Yeah,
agree.
man.
Yeah,
Yes, I agree 100%, Nemesis. Yes.
And as a representative Canadian, I would like to say to everyone, as a Canadian, I'm sorry.
All right. So Sky says, I'm going to supply up and hop on if you'll have me.
And you did.
Sean says,
course.
greetings. So, welcome, Sean. Welcome. And
Hello,
Hello,
Good to
Sean.
see you.
welcome
I know
to the
Sean's
trust-
busy.
And welcome to the Trusty 8. Oh, he's saying hi to people here.
Hey, good to see you.
Hey, Germ.
And welcome, Euler Greg. Welcome, the OG.
Hey, Willer.
Hello,
Hey, OG.
He
Hi,
said, hey,
DBB.
Well, Greg.
yeah,
Boy,
this
we're
is-
getting lots of people. Hey, Lemon.
hey,
Lemon.
Hello, Lemon. Good to see you.
Derby.
Boy, we're
Hi,
getting
Lemon.
a full chat room tonight.
Yeah.
That's because it's a good movie.
Well, yeah. Duh.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, considering how late it is too, I appreciate that, guys.
And more
You
links.
know, normally I'm so jealous of you guys because y'all got to see all these cool movies in the theater, but this one I got to see in the theater too.
Nice.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, they
3D?
won't,
Twice.
You weren't born there, though, were you?
I was 8.
they
You were
wouldn't let
8. Oh, wow.
they wouldn't let 3-year-old me in here. Joey,
Yeah,
this is 93. This was 93, so I've been 2 years old.
Yeah, I was
So,
15.
I can't wait to hear your perspective, Jill, from an 8-year-old.
Jill,
That'd be interesting.
You're an 80s kid, right, Jill? Okay, my mistake. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have been 3 when the movie came out. So
Yeah, Euler Greg says
4.
I was working.
Well,
What?
it's great because I got IMAX too.
Damn it, Nemesis, you're
Wow.
supposed
Oh,
to be
amazing.
so
That
I'm
must have been
no longer
mind-boggling.
the Nemesis.
That
you're
was
supposed-
it. It was brand new IMAX. It was like a brand new thing.
It
Nemesis,
was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Nemesis, you're supposed to be younger than me, so I'm no longer the baby on the panels.
When were you born?
91.
No, I'm 89. Sorry, bro. I'm an old dinosaur.
Yeah, everybody's just saying hi here, so I'm just clicking through them.
You think
Dinosaur.
I saw this damn film in the theater when it did come out, like Jill saw it, and I was at art school like around 30. That's how old a dinosaur I am.
Yeah. Hey, Jill, can you read this one?
Hey, Matt G. Matt G is here. He says, Jill.
Good to
And
see you, Matt
others.
G.
And others.
Jill.
Yeah.
And the others.
Hey, Taylor Swift.
And welcome, Jim. Welcome.
Hello, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, we got a big crowd here with lots of highs to everybody here.
Huge crowd.
Very cool. Good to see you all.
Yes, thanks for coming, everyone. I really appreciate it. And if you haven't already, make sure you sub to Pop's channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Like,
you.
subscribe, share.
Oh, and don't
It's
forget to hit the thumbs up button too, guys.
Yeah.
That's right.
And Scurvy says, let's not forget Newman from Seinfeld is in it.
Nedry.
Newman. Yeah, and like it's funny because everyone portrays him as the villain, and like in my eyes, as a kid he was, but like now, I relate a lot with Nedry. I'm just like, yeah.
No, I think you're wrong.
Oh,
It
I
depends
think
on how much he was getting paid. We don't know how much he was underpaid or overpaid.
See, and therein lies the problem. Like, I don't know who here has read the book, if anyone.
I have.
Okay,
Read the
amazing, Scotty. Yeah. Oh, dude. God damn it, Gorilla.
book?
I know you're doing that on
know
purpose.
Gorilla could read. No, I'm joking.
Oh, man. Gorillas can do sign language, though. Apparently,
Apparently. Coco.
Hey,
apparently,
there's only one,
allegedly.
There's a rumor that Gorilla learned sign language from Coco, so that could be true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only one thing I need to know in sign language, and we all know what that is.
Flip the bird
Thumbs
when
up.
somebody doesn't
I can
turn their
imagine.
signals.
Speaking of birds, did you guys know that birds are actually dinosaurs?
Yes, I did know
Well,
that.
Yeah.
well, did you know the bird is a word?
No,
Sing
no,
it,
Gorilla.
Don't sing it.
Well,
I'm
you
not
guys,
thinking it.
is there a slideshow? Is there going to be a progression through the film?
Yeah, I'm just
Yes.
getting to the chat while
Yeah.
we're waiting on
I'm
For
people.
sure. I'll be
I'm
back
sure.
in a second. I can't wait until the
Okay.
movie starts.
All right,
I'm sure
Taylor.
Jill has prepared thousands of slides.
Yeah,
As
Taylor
she usually
Swift.
does.
Yeah, Taylor Swift says I saw this film twice in the theater last month. Cool.
Cool. Nice.
Unrelated note: saw Bridges of Frankenstein in the theater last night too. Cool.
Cool.
And what game for a Sega Genesis? And that'd be Jurassic Park.
Yes, the Jurassic Park game for the Sega Genesis. Or there was the Rampage edition, which was a completely different game. So there were two.
Did they eat people in that one at least?
In the first one, you could eat people as the Velociraptor.
Okay. Good. At least
Yeah.
they had that.
Yeah, I'd want
Yes.
to be a dinosaur and eat people. That'd be more fun.
Yeah. And here's the new Alien video. It's a pretty cool one there. Sounds like Jurassic Park. Yep.
It sure does.
I
And yes,
remember.
check out Jim.
Yeah, do the Evolution 78 says I remember the Eternal Champions of the game. They could actually make a movie out of that storyline. It would be a good movie. Okay, and welcome to the Evolution.
Yes, welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, everybody's working for the weekend. Okay. And Scurvy says, Taylor, I thought you would have had watched the Taylor Swift movie instead.
He did that last week.
And Suzanne says, sorry, Pop. Thought I was up to stream, but not feeling well tonight. Well,
I'm
it's okay.
sorry, Suzanne.
You have a good night.
Yeah, get some rest, and I hope you feel better.
Suzanne.
Yeah.
Take care, Suzanne.
Gorilla says, Weird Al's alive and step into my office. I don't know why you have to step into your office there. All
Need
right.
some disciplining.
Well, I'm already in HR. Like, hey, I'm already in HR at least once a week, so come on. And Do the Evolution says, hey there, Jill. Your favorite dino is here.
Hi, Do the Evolution. This is so perfect for you to be here on this stream in particular.
I guess I don't recognize the name.
He's been around. He's a
yeah,
dinosaur who gets around.
Good to see you.
Yes, thank you for being here. Welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoy your representation.
All right.
Yes, it's his kind of people in the movie tonight.
Indeed.
All right. DVB here says Arnold, I think. And greetings, Edge of Time. Welcome, welcome. He says greetings from the Edge of Time. And DVB says, oh, you got it, Mr. Arnold? Yeah. Canada got left out of what, Scotty?
No, let's just not talk about it.
Yeah, stuff that we're moving past.
Yeah, move fast quickly. Nope, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Yep, that's right.
Oh.
Please, Pittsburgh. Nothing to see here, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Gorilla. I assume that was Gorilla.
That had to be, yeah, of course it was.
That was great.
Yeah.
Classic. Perfect, man.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Hold on to your butts. John, yeah. Are you never left out because of your contribution, beer and bacon?
And cannabis, but
Canadians, yes.
Oh, Canadian bacon's not real bacon.
I know, it's like ham.
It is ham.
it's back bacon. Yeah, it's back ham.
It's ham cut in circles, pretty much. I remember seeing Short Circuit in the theaters when I was 10 years old. Cool.
I love that movie.
And holy crap, these chats.
I think I might do that on Christmas.
I know. It just
That'd be a good
never
choice.
ends.
Yeah. And DVB says I was 12 or 13 when it came out and watched it a few times while it was still in theaters. Everybody do the dinosaur.
Everybody
Lemon,
do
you
it,
know it.
dinosaur.
Did you, any of you have discount theaters in your town? Like you could see a movie at the regular theater, then once it dropped out of regular rotation?
Many years ago, but not
Oh, that's
anymore.
true.
Really.
Nope.
That's
Our
where I
theater-
saw Freddy versus Jason.
It used to be
Our
common, but not these days.
Exactly.
theater
Streaming and Redbox killed that.
Well, our theaters wait like 5 weeks before they get the new stuff in, it seems like.
Oh, dude, that was my theater too. Like, we had the one theater, and they were like a year and a half behind rotation for like current movies. So,
Yeah, DVD says you could catch it a month or so after at a discount theater.
We
Cool.
had a theater. We had a theater like that, but Pee Wee Herman got arrested at it.
Dude, oh, is that the
Oh,
theater where
jeez.
you're at? Okay.
Yeah, no,
I don't know.
ponchos everywhere.
I don't know if I had a specific one that only did second run. Birds aren't real. Yeah, conspiracy theory that they're tracking device, but that's a whole
I
different
don't
thought.
understand.
Is that the flat earthers' new theory? Birds
No,
aren't real?
no, it's a conspiracy theory that they're all tracking devices, but
Oh, jeez.
and
Yeah.
do
I
that
wish they
with-
weren't real because I wouldn't have to clean my car windshield off once in a while.
Yeah.
The
And,
Dollar Theater in my town closed in 2018.
Is it because of Pee Wee Herman?
No, it's
No,
because
he's
of
probably deceased.
streaming and
Well, not deceased, but
Redbox.
very old.
all right,
He's probably
do that-
too old to go to the theater.
all right. Glad to do the evolution says glad to be here. that "Bird is the Word" song has some of the best lyrics of all time. Yeah, just kind of like "My Baby Does a Hanky Panky" too. Yes,
Check
Cliff
out-
was last week.
Check out the Ramones version of "Bird Is the Word." It's really good.
Yeah, they're saying "Tonight is a Lie" based in Bird, and check out Hungry Boys channel. Hey DVB, Short Circuit. Hey Pickles, how's it going?
Johnny 5.
LDG.
Hey, LDG.
Yeah, welcome Pickles. Canadians invited pineapple pizza. Oh, so they're the ones we got to go to war with. Okay.
Yeah, it
Come
was
on.
some dude in Ontario. So just nuke Ontario. Leave the West alone, okay?
I will.
Alright.
I will throttle your province.
I knew Scotty would react to
He
that.
says, "Geez, Scotty." And Discount Theaters Blue Mouse still show the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Toast.
I thought it was a joke, but it's totally true. Hawaiian pizza
no,
did
a guy in
originate in
Ontario.
Canada.
I thought it was
Yeah.
Alberta. I thought Alberta did it.
Ontario. There's a dude in Ontario that invented pineapple pizza. Love it or hate it. That's what happened.
His name
I'll
was
ta- if it- I'll-
Makachaniho.
Right? Like, if it's from Alberta, I'll take it, whatever. Like, we've produced worse things than fucking pineapple pizza. It's called Nickelback. I'm sorry. And as an
Oh.
Albertan, I apologize.
Yeah,
There you
I
are.
agree.
I'm gonna bite my tongue because Minnesota has some. Yeah, I'm just gonna bite my tongue.
Is Nickelback worse than Justin Bieber?
Well,
No.
they're like Justin Bieber, Pop. They're like a cultural icon in Canada that's wide.
Anyways, we're not going to be talking about Nickelback. We're going to move past
Yeah, because
Jurassic Park.
Let's keep the movie going.
We're going to get Justin Bieber's DNA and make an entire
Nickelback's not
amusement
worth
park
talking
of
about
40-foot Justin Bieber.
All right,
You can go and see the Buble paddock over
right.
there.
Okay, can we do the movie?
Yeah, I was hoping.
Stay on target. We're too close. Stay on target.
Good.
All right. So,
Thank you.
Good one.
LOL. Ramen's rule, maple syrup, but Canada gave us discount eggnog.
Yeah,
You can
I
guess
have
what
some
that
in the
was.
fridge right as I speak.
You're weird.
Yeah, Nickelback and yours get the
Weird is
F5.
good.
True.
All right. So, all right, we're all caught up here. So, we got it started.
Since we're talking dinosaurs tonight, does anybody realize that this is the 30th anniversary of Jurassic Park?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
totally
that's-
why I did it, 100%.
Good time.
No.
Did you
Yeah.
did you plan it like that, Bob?
No, this is completely nemesis of Eden's idea.
Oh, great
Yes.
job, Nemesis. Way to go.
So
I
Nemesis
love that
planned
you
it all
picked this
then.
movie. Thank you.
All right.
So-
You are
My
very
movie,
welcome.
I love it.
So we are agreed that Jurassic Park is an adaptation of Westworld, also written by Michael Crichton.
Yes.
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 Great.
And
Just
Westworld
making
is
sure,
actually very
just
good
making
too.
sure.
And Westworld is very good too. It stands on its own. It's a great movie.
Yeah, they both have a lot of similarities. Actually, come to think of it,
But both were sort of,
Yeah.
they're worth admiration.
Yeah.
No.
Well, Crichton, he was a powerhouse back in his day, for sure.
All right. So, I do got one bit of tidbit background information for this movie.
Okay.
Yes, you were good.
It's only one. Now you'll notice that there's slight alternations to the kids throughout the movie there. That's because they had extra kids on the set there in case one of them got eaten.
Ah, of course, because as we know, these are real dinosaurs. They're not fake.
Yeah. Yeah, in case one of the kids got eaten by the dinosaurs there, they had extras on set.
One of them
Actually-
Corey Haim.
It's funny that you mention dinosaurs eating people because there is an actual story about that. One of the technicians had to go and work on the T-Rex animatronic. And in order for the jaw and the mouth to be open, it has to be powered on. And he was like, I have to crawl inside the mouth. And like, no matter what anyone does, don't fucking turn this thing off. And so he crawls inside, and I guess there was a power outage, and the T-Rex mouth closed on him, and I guess he had to like curl into a ball. And I don't think he sustained any injuries, but like
Oh my goodness, that's
the T-Rex animatronic almost ate him. So
That makes sense. It was probably
maybe a safety switch of some kind to.
it was probably hydraulics. I'm guessing.
Wow,
I'm thinking so.
that's freaky.
And that would be the second Steven Spielberg production where someone had died.
So did he get danger pay after that?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Poor guy deserved it.
All right.
Oh, for sure.
All right. So let's go ahead and hit play on this thing.
Well,
Heck yeah, let's get this started with the one best intro. This is an awesome intro for me.
One quick question, since we're talking dinosaurs tonight, has anybody seen the trailer for the new Monarch series on Apple Plus?
No, but I'm.
No.
Well, I believe I'm no fan of Apple Plus, but I like Kurt Russell,
Mm-hmm.
and the effects look awesome. And in the trailer, it shows Godzilla stomping people inside the city.
Awesome.
And that I don't ever feel like we ever got enough of that in the Jurassic Park series.
Well, and Pop, I have to say that I agree with you. I also like Kurt Russell, and I enjoy the Godzilla, even the ridiculous contrived nature of the Godzilla cinematic universe or the monster cinematic universe. But there is no way on God's green earth that I am going to subscribe to Apple Plus ever.
Same here.
No, that's why you find it on the high seas.
I suppose. And also, like, if it's something that I want, then I'll buy the disc set. And this is also one of the reasons why I will never subscribe to Apple Plus is they don't provide physical media.
They're still making physical media, Scotty?
Yes, they are. Shut up, old man. I have my 8 tracks.
I keep hearing these rumors, that they want to just get rid of physical media and make us all like streaming slaves,
Well, they won't.
Well, they did consider that, and they talked about it. But now they see that streaming is basically failing. They're starting to talk again about physical media.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
But that's a good thing. It's a very good thing.
Oh, I thought you meant the end of it. Oh, no. You were saying
Right. They're talking about like Disney. Disney was one of the first ones to talk about getting rid of physical media. And now they're releasing this bundle with like a whole bunch of their stuff.
Oh, good.
Because they're desperate for cash.
Yeah, I've got so many discs in the hallway that if I tried to count them, I'd probably be 10 years older, so I don't bother.
You should send them to me. Send them to me.
Oh, man. Maybe
It's right.
day.
Physical media is not an extinct form of media yet.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I enjoy being a librarian.
I gotta say, I like the font they used for this.
Oh, like so many things about this film are utterly iconic and have been copied for sure, right? Like, so here we get the intro, and like what we can't hear is a bunch of thumping and moving, and like, so once again, like, bearing in mind, this is a Velociraptor. They're bringing it in. Like, you'd think this would be a big thing, but they just had some dude drive a forklift with a live animal strapped through the jungle, and now they've got like a loading team. Like, this is just the start of showing spared no expense, and meaning we cheap the fuck out. So they've got the loading team who comes in here, and they're like, "Oh, we've clicked it in." Yeah, go ahead, Gorilla.
How'd they get the cameraman in there and not eaten by the dinosaur?
No. They put cameras on the dinosaur so we could get super sweet kill cams. We just couldn't show it in this version of it.
GoPros strapped to the back of the head.
That's right.
All right. Yeah.
And so here we have
beams on their freaking heads. Anyway,
And notice that they said it was locked in place there. This is what happens when you order your locks from China.
Oh, dude, right? Once again, spared no expense. So they're like zapping this thing, and Buddy's just like screaming to shoot her, which eventually you do hear shotgun shots, but I'm to believe that they didn't actually kill this raptor later in the movie.
what makes you think that?
I think that they did, but they couldn't save the person who was eaten alive.
I figured that was like like the foreshadowing that the first guy got eaten so soon, right? So.
Well, once you get so far up the body there, you might as well just let him eat me because I don't want to live no more.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I know what you're saying there.
But you'd still be alive when they ate you. That's the whole point that they come up in the later scene with Dr. Grant, is that Velociraptors don't kill you before they start eating you. They're like grizzly bears. So here we have the lawyer, coming across.
Who does not look sleazy at all in the least?
Just totally sleazy.
He looks like the damn corporate lawyer that you just want to reach across the table and just freaking smack.
Yeah, you look up the word sleaze in the dictionary, they have a picture of this guy.
See, and like, I don't know. Once again, I disagree. Like, he's just a dude now. Like, as a kid, I was just like, this guy. But he's just like, okay, we're facing a $20 million lawsuit for the death of the worker who we just witnessed. And he's like, Hammond can't even be bothered to come down and see me over this is $20 million. And he's like, well, Hammond, his daughter's going through a divorce, so he wanted to be there for her. And I'm just like, pardon, what? Like, once again, like, yeah.
Right.
Well, and also,
Hammond wants his project to continue. Yes.
This is the guy that Hammond is going to first. And
no, this gentleman represents the investors.
Oh, okay. And they say this guy. Now, this guy, who is this actor? I remember him from Clear and Present Danger. He has been in many things. Very prolific actor. Really enjoy his work. Don't know his name. But I do enjoy
Adrian Escobar.
He's amazing.
Yeah. Now, I want to say, I wish I had $20 million just to piss away just to go be with the family there.
Well, you think he'd be celebrating.
You could buy an island if you want to.
Yeah, and well, with this here, he said, and they say they only need 2 people to sign off on it, 2 experts. I think they'd be wanting a lot more than that. The amount of investment this whole park would need.
But this is an investors meeting, essentially. This has nothing to do with the legality of what it is to open Jurassic Park.
Yes, they just want the 4 experts to like be like, yeah, this is a good idea. Give the green light. Otherwise, they're going to be like, no, this is stupid, and we're going to shut you down.
Yeah, we can't even get to legality until we have some experts.
Yeah, and we get to this scene here. You ever, just think before we actually discovered like actual fossils and actually got thinking about it, I wonder how many of these we actually destroyed in our construction stuff there, and how much stuff is probably still being destroyed because people don't, because the construction companies don't give a crap, even though they're legally supposed to stop. They
do survey. They do mostly do surveys now to make sure that everything's clear. It's a requirement. They can get in deep trouble if they damage things like this now.
Yeah,
but can't they do like sonar or something to penetrate the images underground? They don't even have to dig. Like,
well, they sort of represent that here.
No, well, I mean they do, but that's not. I don't think that's actually a thing.
Oh,
I know. I'm sorry, Scotty. So here we get our beautiful Dr. Sattler and Dr. Grant, the two of the main heroes of the movie. And they have like there's just
Dr. Grant and General Holdo.
I know. I knew someone was going to bring up General Holdo. But
I'm going to because I used to like Laura Dern. I like Bruce Dern, her father. But after she made that Star Wars movie, I will never watch anything with her in it again. That completely ruined it for me.
Oh, come on, Pop. Whatever. I mean, you are entitled to your opinion, sir, but like it did not ruin it for me.
I know, and I know we're supposed to separate the character from the actor, but that was one of the most despicable, horrible cinematic characters ever.
Well, and speaking of Star Wars, originally Steven Spielberg wanted Harrison Ford to play Dr. Grant.
That'd have been interesting.
Well, I've never heard that, so I'll have to fact check that.
Meanwhile, back at the subterranean imaging.
Yeah.
Right? They're using the old thumper.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jill.
Grant terrifies a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
Yes, traumatizes the 10-year-old, and it's amazing. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Hey, what was that thing they put into the machine, though?
A shotgun shell.
Why do they need a shotgun shell in there?
Because
to make the percussive.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Scotty.
Because it would make a seismic echoing of the soil versus the density of the bone. At which point the sonar that is above ground, the sensoring device, would be able to receive that imagery, and that is where you know where the bones are. And thus, in the scene specifically, they say, in a couple of years, we won't even have to dig. And Dr. Grant says, what's the fun in that?
Where's the fun in that, right? Like, and it's true because it's funny. Like, and I mean, our technology has gotten so much better, and I don't know anything. I haven't done any research into whether this has like actually advanced in science or not. But like, I've been on fossil digs and whatnot, and we never used anything like that. It was the old fashioned like, all right, here's a square patch of earth, and here's your fucking brushes, and go hard, but don't go too hard because you might brush away something important.
Well, from what I heard, this movie, interest in paleontology had been waning and dying, but this movie brought it back. So because of this, they did start getting a lot more grants for digging and stuff, and our knowledge of dinosaurs and paleontology has increased immensely because of this movie.
Right? Like, I grew up in Alberta, and like we have the Badlands that are very similar to this. We have the Tyrrell Museum. Like, we've got fossils all around. So this has always been up my alley. Like, I've been in dig sites like this. Maybe not as grandiose, but like it's really cool, and I'm happy that they're still doing it. So here we go, the 6-foot turkey kid.
Yeah.
Oh man. And right, like even as a child, I was just like, I don't like you.
I just watched him yesterday in an episode of The Twilight Zone from the 1980s.
Oh, nice.
And it's funny because like
that too?
All right.
I've never. What'd you think, Pop?
Of The Twilight Zone?
Was he bad in that? Did he make you upset in that show as well?
No, he was younger and looks like he's a little heavier here too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he has a much smaller role.
Yeah. Before we start the story, can we catch up on chat?
Yes, let's do that and then carry on.
Yeah, TVP says there is going to be some Jurassic Park conversation in this Jurassic Park stream. Yeah, well, there'll be a little bit of Jurassic Park, just slightly. Some.
Dude, I'm trying. It's hard to wrangle these people in.
And Taylor Swift says, LOL. Scurvy here says PvP acquired eggnog this season. Eggnog season has begun.
It certainly has.
Today is the 30th anniversary? Question mark.
No, this year.
This year, 1993 is when the movie came out.
Yeah, DVB says crazy. Cool. Want to be a collector's version of JP, but Best Buy is getting rid of the physical media. Lame.
No, they got rid of it here like 3 years ago.
Well, they got rid of records at one point, and they're bringing them back. So it all depends on the market.
Yeah, it all depends where you live, I guess.
I have the benefit.
London drugstore here, but they're expensive as hell.
I have a benefit of living in southern Ontario, and so there is sort of a store called The Beat Goes On, and it does secondhand. It has an incredible physical media library, both Blu-rays and DVDs. Their main attraction is new releases of vinyl. They do incredible CDs.
Okay, Scotty.
What?
What does this have to do with Jurassic Park?
I'm just saying, if you want physical media, you can find it if it's your passion.
All right.
This is true. Good point. All right.
Yeah. I like it when the T-Rex eats the wire. Yeah, everybody does.
Everyone does.
You gotta know.
Lawyers.
Yeah, Edge of Time says Southern Comfort traditional eggnog is amongst Canada's finest.
I don't like Southern Comfort. I would not mix that in my eggnog. No, sorry.
Oh, yeah, Jim's. Oh, have a good night, Jim. If you're still here, he says, "Not into this type of movie." Night, everyone.
Night, Jim.
Night, Jim.
Jim.
Well,
Night, Jim.
Glad to see you for 5 seconds.
That is what his last Tinder date said.
Sorry. Taylor Swift.
Wow.
Come on, it's kind of funny.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying, wow.
Taylor Swift says 2 people to sign off on it. Waffle House didn't need anyone to sign off on it.
True.
Preach it, Pops. 100% agree. You can't have Jurassic Park, or you can't have Jurassic without an ass dissecting Jurassic Park.
True.
Okay.
Hey, Ledge of Time.
And then
hey, Ledge of Time.
Spaghetti fell out of Nemesis' pocket.
Who keeps spaghetti in their pocket?
Me, apparently.
Apparently.
All right. We're all caught up.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with Jurassic Park?
And he slashes at you with this, right? And he whips out the fossilized Velociraptor claw.
I will risk the copyright just to play this scene out of it. Just what he does with. I wonder if he got a real one once they were leaving the park.
So and then I have sex in front of your mother, says Alan Grant.
I don't know. I don't think so because they like rushed off the island because that would have been a badass scene to just see him like run over at the very end after like the T-Rex. Anyways, we're getting into spoiler territory for like, a 30-year-old movie, but we'll leave it. So,
well, and this is where Dr. Grant and Dr. Sadler talk about having children because they're obviously a couple, something that was brought up recently from Laura Dern saying that the age difference between Dr. Grant and Dr. Sadler was, maybe inappropriate. Which I mean,
and it's funny because like
weird because they were consensual adults.
I don't think I never viewed it as they were a couple. They were just really good friends.
Nah, come on. Dr. Grant touches Dr. Sadler's bum.
Yes, he does. He totally does, and he like hides it away from the cameras.
Like you and I can be friends, but I'm not touching your bum.
Well, I mean, depends on your type of friend, Scotty. But once again, we're not going to be talking about mine.
That's why this is such a good movie. Is that they didn't really dig into stupid romance. We got more dinosaurs and science.
Yes. Right? Like
it's dig into Dr. Sadler's ass.
I think his character is written as he only has his work on his mind. He's not really looking for love right now at this point.
Yeah.
Well, and that's his whole point. He's like, I don't want kids. I'm not looking for that. And he's like, you want those things? And she's like, well, I don't want that child in particular. But like,
that's true. It's true pop culture until Malcolm starts hitting on her, and then he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And then he gets a little defensive. But once again, I don't think because we'll get there. And so once again, we have the introduction of one of my favorite characters, even though
the Keebler elf.
Oh, Richard Attenborough is just so good. But and it's funny because Scotty, you know how he is in the book. He is not this chipper, bright little old man like Richard Attenborough plays him. He's, how do I put it? It'd be like a mix of like.
He's like a.
Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, sorry, Joe.
No, it's okay. You're talking about how he is in the movie. I mean, the book.
Yeah.
I've only seen the movie. I think that Richard Attenborough is playing his brother David Attenborough in this movie, except for if David Attenborough was okay with people getting eaten by dinosaurs. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say here, grabbing the ass means nothing because I did that to my best friend all the time there.
You're grabbing ass?
How was this character in the book? I want the
Nemesis. If I remember correctly, he's much more of he's not whimsical. He's much more of a straight arrow.
Yeah.
John Hammond in the book is a dick. He's like he only cares about money, profits. He doesn't care about anyone else. It's all a show. Like this whole act, like in the book, it's like they talk about how well rehearsed it is, how he's used it on everyone, and he talks about the flea circus and how it's like the dinosaurs aren't real and he's spared no expense. But in reality, he's like he doesn't pay his workers very well. That's why the one revolts. And like he's when he gets the opportunity to make more money, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Like
which makes more sense.
Exactly. Right. Like I don't blame Nedry at all for being like, you know what, fuck this guy. Like, and even in the I don't want to. There's so much differences between the book and the
30 years old. Come on, man.
Well, yeah, but like this is a 2-hour-long movie. I don't want to get into.
Well, in that case, I prefer the Hammond in the movie to the book. Then
that's fair.
But that's what I mean in terms of when you find out about Hammond in the book, he is telegraphed as from beginning to end, as Nemesis said, guy's a dick.
Yeah.
And in this, it's sort of couched in good intentions and a self-made man and a charming imp.
We should stick to the movie version, perhaps, because we'll spend an extra half hour.
Because PvP can't read. No.
Wow.
I mean, we're going to be here like for 4 hours if we keep up at this pace, guys.
Yeah.
No, actually, the movie keeps on going, so it's okay. And look, it's Newman.
Oh,
hey, it's Dodson. Dodson. We got Dodson here.
Yeah, can I say? I was gonna change the one line though when she comes storming into the trailer. I think a better line would have been, "So who's the jackass instead of who's the jerk?"
Yeah,
Personally,
well, the same. I was going to say the same with the doctor character. They soften this. In fact, I get this is a direct question for you guys that read the book. Don't you think that the reason why they changed it so much is because it's written by Steven Spielberg, right? Because once he had a family, he stopped making really hard-edged movies. So I think that's why the Dr. Hammond character is softened up, because it's Steven Spielberg. If this would have been directed by, almost anybody else, it probably would have been closer to the book.
I don't know. Like, there's a lot of changes. Like, the lawyer in the book is a badass, where in this version he's not. Like, there's 2 T-Rexes in the book version, where there's one in here. There's like,
so in here the lawyer's trying to do a joke.
Well, and and there are many differences between the book and the movie, but I think that for it to be believable for the audience, then I think you need Colonel Saunders to show up and have a lot of money that are going to take you to the Magic Island with the dinosaurs, and he has to be a likable character, as opposed to in the book there is a certain level of intrigue. Like every maybe not every chapter, but a lot of the chapters of the Jurassic Park novel they start off with rudimentary chaos theory lessons.
Yes, it's beautiful. Like, if you guys haven't read the book, go read the book. There's audiobooks on YouTube that you can listen to for free. But yes, we should probably. I don't know. Do we talk about?
Now,
go ahead, Peter.
In the cafe there, that is one of the most memeable. That's like one of the biggest memes that's gone around there. Especially, I've seen it quite a few times. My favorite one is when they're going, "We got a new variant." See, nobody cares, but that's been memed out so many times.
True.
Yes, it is very memeable.
So you're saying there's more math in the book?
Yes. Oh, Jill, you would love it. You would love it.
Yeah, Jill. Yeah, check it out. It's like the book is like, well, of course the books are always better. Like, it's just, that's how it is.
True.
Anyways.
That's why I like to separate them.
For sure. And I agree. I think we should probably just focus on the film as a film, not
But I don't mind hearing about it if something intrigues you about the differences. Also.
Same here. I like the comparisons of the book. As long as we'll keep the movie going.
Cool.
Right. So, and like, once again, here we have the Jurassic Park theme playing. We've got the big whimsical, right? Stop it, Scotty.
I will.
You got the scientists having the biggest nerdgasms ever.
Oh, dude, and right.
Now, what kind of dinosaur? This is not a brontosaurus, is it? It doesn't look like a
brachiosaurus.
Brachiosaurus.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but the one
it
thing
is herbivore, obviously, right? So.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the things that there is also a very memeable moment I see a few memes on is he's sitting there looking at it and she's sitting there going, "These things have been sick to why is there this thing here that?" He just turns her head. And then she's like, "Holy shit."
Oh, I remember this scene in the theater when this was like the first major dinosaur we saw, if I remember correctly, and the whole audience was like just stunned, right? Like, I don't know if they were silent or if people were gasping, or I can't remember.
All of the above.
After 30 years,
it was the
like,
first time that we had not seen it. Yeah, the
CGI
CGI it was a perfect way of showing off. The CGI had matched to where it was real.
It was
and
great.
Up to this point, all we'd ever seen, and no offense to Ray Harryhausen, but up to this point, all we ever seen was stop motion point at that point.
For dinosaurs.
Was kind of
dinosaurs. But also, like, in terms of CGI and just for the movie making, like, this is incredible. Like, that's crazy cool.
It's really well done.
But
it still holds up because
this is the same era that you got Terminator 2. And so CGI was making leaps and bounds at this moment.
They were trying their best. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
They do move in herds.
They do move in herds. Yeah, you posted that earlier. Is that your favorite line from the movie?
No, it's my favorite beginning. It's my favorite line from the scene.
Yeah.
Along with all the other things they say. How fast does it move? 32 miles an hour.
You have a T-Rex?
Well, we clocked the T-Rex at.
We have a T-Rex.
Can we catch up on chat real quick after this?
Thank you, Gorilla.
And he says, what if there were only one McDonald's burger, but we all ate it a billion times? Rhetorical.
It's like fishes in lobes.
Yeah, Fred Maxing. JP felt like an 80s movie, but it's not. Yeah. I never realized that she was supposed to be his young butchsome or grad.
I think he's trying to say
buxom.
Buxom. Her?
Just a few years ago, I always thought they were the same age. And Wiggy back in
That's crazy cool. You think she looks old, or you think that Alan Grant looks young? That's good.
Yeah. See, nobody cares. Mean speak. And Germ says the movie is superior in almost everywhere. Yeah.
Wow, I've never heard Resolute Germ be wrong.
Famous for life.
We have a conflict of opinions happening here.
Yeah, I like the Jeep paint jobs. NGL.
Not gonna.
Well, and I honestly, it's because it just makes me think of Scotty, what you said the other day. Whereas like a book is 14-hour investment, whereas a film is 2, and like you actually get to see everything. So
yeah, and then
go ahead.
I was just saying, Edge Time says neck maxing. And Germ here says, surprised they got the Jeeps to run this long. I could take these actors for real. What an awkward group. Can one wax
nostalgic? Huh.
And hashtag Dutch build.
This one seems like this one is nostalgic.
Right.
This movie is nostalgic.
For me.
I'll cut up.
Oh, for me, yeah.
So asking us to speak non-nostalgically, my answer, no.
No, it's like you guys were saying earlier, the CG in this movie for the dinosaurs is incredible. And it's done by ILM, right?
Mm-hmm.
ILM, yes. Stan Winston, yes.
Yeah, even though I was older when I saw it in the theater, it's still very nostalgic because it was one of the best parts of my life those years when I look back on them. Like, I had some great friends and everything was really great in my life. And I feel very nostalgic about this movie, actually.
And I want to make it clear, it's a combination of CGI and practical effects.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
The CGI, which was done by the CGI was done by ILM, and the animatronics were done by Stan Winston.
Well, wait until we get to the Triceratops.
Stan Winston was a legend.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Right, Jill? Like the way he. I wasn't able to find the voice actor for this. Who's the voice actor who plays Mr. DNA?
Dinosaur.
I thought that was
Dinosaur.
The same guy. I just thought it was the same guy.
No,
Dino DNA.
Greg Bernson. Greg Bernson.
Oh, Greg Bernson. Oh, dude. He's been in my heart for like ever, and I've never known his name. Just this whole speech, Dino DNA. Just the phrasing and oh my God, everything about it.
I love this little cartoon. The little cartoon they're showing everybody here is hilarious.
Well, it's good too because they're speaking to the audience. This is our exposition. For those who are not in the know.
I love that scene. It was so funny.
So this part here is kind of one other issue where it just kind of hints at this being an act, right? Like, I don't think that John Hammond is going to sit here for every tour and do this thing. This is just to impress the guests. Like, this is all going to change.
He wants to move his project forward.
Yeah.
Well, he wants to impress the important guests.
But he also, like you said, they softened him up for the movie. So he also really does care about the dinosaurs in terms of, like, when he looks at the eggs and all that.
Yeah.
There is some passion there.
Yeah. And I see they got their laptop there from China also. Just be able to push them right up. I actually had that happen to me on a roller coaster one time. It came loose right when we got to the top there. Good thing there was no loops. But anyhow.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right.
Yeah, and then this scene with the practical effects and the puppetry. And, like, once again, like you guys were saying with Richard Attenborough's, just his like everyone's performance in this movie is fantastic. There isn't a bad actor in this film. And, like, just the way he's talking to it and wanting to bond with it, like, he just kind of comes across as this like super sweet grandpa, and you're just like, oh, you want to hug him. Like it's funny because like yeah, in the movie in this version he plays like I don't want ignorance.
No, he does. He plays I don't know, vanity. Like
well, him
it's
talking to his character on the screen, that's a little bit of vanity where he has
but it's interesting to see the main characters that we have, because we have the Fly, we have Richard Attenborough, who has been in the Sand Pebbles. He is a lazy actor. He is the Alec Guinness of this movie. Then we have Laura Dern from Blue Velvet, and we have oh my stars, what's the name of
Sam Neill?
Sam Neill, he goes on to be in Event Horizon.
Event Horizon. Oh my God, yes.
But also a very serious actor. Like
you guys speak like that's a highlight of his career. I don't know if I would do that to him.
No, well, it's hard to go from Sam Neill and say like what's Sam Neill's best movie, and the answer would be arguably Jurassic Park.
Yes,
I would think so.
But I would say Mouth of Madness is better than Event Horizon.
Whoa, that's a tough one, man. That's an arm wrestle.
See, and I've never seen it, and like, but it's like, and everyone in this, like Ian Malcolm, like, he's just, this is like Jeff Gold, like this is my first introduction as a kid to most of these actors, right? Like, sure. So, and like, and it's funny because like you saw the whimsical look, if you can just go, I don't want you to go back, but like if you got to see the look in Sam Neill's eyes there, he went from like holding, he realized what he was holding was a velociraptor, and he was just like, oh my God, this is, oh shit. And he's like, you guys bred raptors?
I really love that scene because that's the science fiction part of the movie where
clones.
Richard Attenborough's character Hammond, he thinks he can have control, but not David Attenborough, but
David Attenborough. Look at the velociraptor in its anyway. Sorry.
Jeff Goldblum says, how can you make sure they're all female? And the scientist says,
we give them, look up their skirts.
Yeah, we give them hormones, or we deny them the extra hormone. But Jeff Goldblum says it's not possible. It's not possible. He says life breaks free, expands to new places, and it crashes through barriers painfully, maybe even dangerously. But there it is. You're implying, and then the scientist says, you're implying a group composed of female animals will breed? And he says, no. I'm simply saying that life
finds a way.
Finds a way.
I think that's a great line too.
Oh, dude, there are so many quotable speeches here. And like what we kind of just skipped past here was like there was a whole array of emotions between all of these actors at the sight of, or not the sight of, but just the sounds of the velociraptor feeding. Like you had Ian Malcolm, you could see was just like freaked out. You could see Laura Dern or Dr. Sattler was just not.
Ian Malkovich?
Oh, dude, Ian Malcolm, you can see he just, there's
I thought it was
fear
Ian
in his.
I've been wrong this entire time.
You certainly have, sir.
I'm
and then like
excited about it. The woman was disgusted.
Right. Well, and like, yeah, because like Dr. Grant was just fascinated, and you can see, God damn it, Richard Attenborough's character, Mr. Hammond. He's staring at, and he's focused on Dr. Grant, and he's like, just like, he knows he's just enthralled. So once again, now here comes like, as a kid, this was my least favorite scene because I'm just like, God, it's so boring. But now as an adult, I'm like, this is incredible. This explains so much. Between like
you didn't, and then Malcolm says you didn't earn the knowledge for yourself, so you don't take any responsibility for it. You stood on the shoulders of geniuses, and put it on a lunchbox or something like that.
Yeah, it's like an old expression, on the shoulders of giants.
The big line here is, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should.
If they should.
That's what they always
right?
do. They always do that.
And like that, this is the only part in the answer that I have a problem with, where he's like, oh no, this isn't like, because like these animals were selected for extinction, therefore we shouldn't bring them back. And I'm just like, well, yeah, maybe, but at the same time, they're also like, hey, these are like creatures. They're not real. These aren't actual dinosaurs. These are replications of what we think. They're homogenous hodgepodge of amphibian DNA that we've kind of created into here, let alone like what Dr. Sattler is talking about right now with paleobotany, where they're like, hey, like, yeah, like you have plants in this very room that are fucking poisonous. You picked them out because you think they look nice, but like these are living creatures that don't know what century they're in, and they will defend themselves dangerously if need be. The sheer arrogance of like what's being thrown out here and the negligence of the power that you guys wield is astounding and sickening. And that was a point brought up by Ian Malcolm earlier. And even Sam Neill here, Dr. Grant, is saying like, look, we don't know how dinosaurs operate. These are creatures that have been separated for 65 million years. Like, how can we even possibly fathom to think that we have any idea how these creatures are going to interact with us? And so Dr. Hammond is just like, fuck's sakes, I brought you people out here to like back me up, and the only person who's defending me is the blood-sucking lawyer. And I'm just like, oh.
Oh, I love that line. I absolutely love that line.
Right, especially because he said it right in front of the lawyer.
The thing is, I don't know if he's more arrogant or just ignorant or just, he loves his dinosaurs.
He's arrogant
to the point where he doesn't give a damn about human being safety.
Well,
right?
Well, he doesn't. He thinks that he can control it. He thinks everything is under control. He thinks his electric fencing will keep people safe. He really believes it.
Right.
And as you just said, PvP, no, he doesn't. He just, like, look at this. He brings his grandkids to an untested first run of a facility with fucking live dinosaurs.
I remember that now. Yeah, that was really frightening, actually. Yeah.
All right, Nair, I got a question. Is that 10,000 volts going to even be enough to contain the T-Rex?
I don't know. I'm not a T-Rex expert. I couldn't tell you.
Well, I know one thing. I'd want a hell of a lot of testing done before I ever brought any humans onto the island. That's for damn sure. Especially not my grandkids. Jeez. And
right. Oh, yeah, you'd think so. But once again, it's just a testament to his character.
Yeah, his arrogance and his love. He loves his dinosaurs so much, I don't think he really gives a damn about the humans.
Now, I'll put it to you this way.
He just doesn't realize that he can't control it.
I'll put it to you this way: if we swap the actors, if we had Dennis Nedry playing Dr. Hammond and Dr. Hammond playing Dennis Nedry, how do you think that would play out instead?
Oh, I have no idea. Go for it, Nemesis. It's your theory.
Oh well, I'm just thinking that like that would be a more accurate portrayal of. Anyways.
Yeah, I just think basically he's so caught up in his project that he can't see. He can only see what's in front of him. He can't see the long range possibilities of what it could lead to.
You guys know that you are aware that they're trying, as we speak, and this has already happened, they're trying to bring back a woolly mammoth.
Yes, I've heard about that. They haven't done it yet.
And they will
us to death, but
right. And the woolly mammoths were alive when we were alive, when humans were around. So
yeah, but they wouldn't survive this climate unless we kept them in the Antarctic.
Because they'd have to keep them in a cold place. Yeah.
Oh heck, bring them to Minnesota. We have days that are colder than Antarctica.
Yeah, but you need a year-round, girl.
Yeah.
Canada's
check out that early freaking 90s CG on the computer screen, though, for that weather.
Very cool.
And Samuel L. Jackson was not that big of an actor at this point.
I didn't even recognize him in the movie, to be honest. Like,
oh, that's Samuel L. Jackson.
I didn't realize that was him.
Yeah.
He must have not been very famous back in those days. Jeez.
No, he hit
You saying all black
stardom
people
or
look
big
alike?
roles really fast.
Yeah, I guess once he got a few notable roles, his career did rise quite quickly, didn't it? Yeah.
Well, this is
Did-
pre-Pulp Fiction, yeah.
Oh, a Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
I put him on
okay,
now.
okay. So
Now.
here we have a homage to King Kong with the gates
Yes.
opening up.
Nice. Yes.
So just to point that out for anyone who wasn't aware.
Great point, Nemesis. Great
Well, and
point.
Malcolm makes the joke about that too, right?
Very good point.
Yes.
I'd even forgotten about that scene actually, but that yes, totally King Kong. Yeah.
Then the dialogue forest, they're talking here about how it spit venom in your face, they blind you, that paralyze you, then eat you whenever it wanted.
Charming.
That's right. And like they don't think that like in reality that like Dilophosaurus had the super cool frills that we're gonna see later on coming up. But like, and I don't think that it's fat venom either. But I mean,
No.
it's still a really cool concept.
Later on, they did come to a conclusion saying, remember the Dilophosauruses? Those were, how do we say it? Fiction. Everything about them were, never were an actual thing. Like small dinosaurs, for sure. Like, and that's the thing is that we get sort of similar situations when we move on to the Lost World with the small, is it the Gallimimuses? That
But Dilophosaurus is real. They still have those. Like that's an actual. They found fossils with the crest and everything. They just don't think they had the frills. Like they just brought that from the Australian frilled lizard that puffs out its fucking frill when it gets all angry and pissing.
Is there evidence that they had poison?
No.
fiction.
No,
Yes.
the thing is, though, every couple of decades they seem to change their mind on the way some dinosaurs actually appeared. Right? There's always an ongoing evolution, no pun intended, debate on what these critters actually look like back in the day. So I could see over decades that people's opinions do change as to what this animal might have looked like or what that animal might have looked like. So
In this case,
Well, I agree.
it was just creative license. They were just like, this dinosaur doesn't exist. We're gonna make it exist because it's gonna look cool for the movie, and it's gonna be one of the funniest scenes in the movie.
Well, it's embellished. The dinosaur did exist, and they knew that. They just embellished some stuff into it.
Oh,
I hate to spoil it, guys, but like the velociraptors that we see, they're not velociraptors. They're a different type of dinosaur. It's not a velociraptor.
License, yeah.
Once again, creative licensing. It's called a Dinosuchus. It's a much bigger version. The velociraptors were actually like the size of chickens. So,
well,
just saying.
Killer chickens, you never know. I mean, it could be painful.
I'm not saying that wasn't, but
as we move past some dialogue,
I would have just needed 20 of them.
I love how those kids are going, what's
wait, Scotty, yes. Let Scotty talk. I know what he's going to say.
With Dr. Malcolm, and Dr. Malcolm makes an observation, and he says, so God creates dinosaurs. God kills dinosaurs. God creates
that's coming up.
Man. No, it's already passed. Man kills God. Man creates dinosaur. Dinosaurs kill man.
Man. Women inherits the earth.
Women inherit the earth.
Which I that's coming. That's coming up, isn't it?
Carrie Fisher or Admiral Holdo. One of the two.
Actually, the Earth might be better off if that happened. Come to think of it.
Yeah, but if you're not here, what good is it if there are lots of women?
Well, I won't be here that much longer, anyways, guys.
Well, we'll make more.
Well,
we'll make
hoping.
More men because we're women. We can do that.
I'm not concerned. Now.
I can't.
There are sperm banks, and we'll be fine.
One thing is,
I am a
moving. You will rebuild.
Can we catch up on chat?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Thank you, Gorilla, and I'll be right back, guys. I'll step out.
Gorilla Chat Master.
Greg says, no hormones for you. Soup German voice.
Not.
Oh, that's Seinfeld
Don't
reference.
say it, Scotty. I'll put you.
That's the soup.
Greg says, cheers.
Cheers.
You should join the Raptor meetup. So cozy.
I'll pass.
Hi, Greg. And I like that coral shirt. So are you saying that the dial whatever were fake?
No, Dilophosauruses were not fake. God damn it, they were embellished.
Design is different.
Fox News.
They were Hollywood
Fox News
of the Dilophosaurus.
Right? Like, I mean, because it's like, I don't know. I look, because I was, I don't know, 6, 7 when I saw this movie for the first time. Like, and I saw it at home on like a big screen for the 90s with like the whole, like my uncle's house had like the movie set up. So it was as
27 inches.
Yeah, dude, it was massive. Like at the time.
37.
Regardless, like, so like it was really influential for me because like Pop was saying, it's got a lot of kids, especially in the 90s, into dinosaurs. Like,
yeah.
What do you think, Joe?
No kidding. Of course, I got way into dinosaurs. I was a Stegosaurus. I was a Stegosaurus fan, even though this movie doesn't have any Stegosaurus.
That's okay. I'm an Ankylosaurus man.
In general, it did make.
I'm a pterodactyl kid.
Dinosaur
I love
crazy.
pterodactyls, and I didn't get them until the third one.
And the sad thing is they're not actually dinosaurs. They're reptile bird thingies.
I like reptile birds.
All right. So
which is funny because like the whole scene from the third movie is from the book Jurassic Park. It's just cut out. I mean, once again, Jill and anyone who hasn't read the book and wants to do it, it's really good. It's supposed to be a one shot. Like, it's awesome. Just check it out.
I had a great book on dinosaurs back in the 60s as a little kid, and I just loved all the dinosaurs in the book. So,
which crayons did you use?
In general, I can't remember. I probably did color them, actually, come to think of it, because the illustrations are black and white. Anyway.
All right. So Edge of Time here says, I will enjoy the Land of the Lost watch along.
I've only seen parts of it.
So, and DVB says, I heard that the Brontosaurus was fake too. The fossil was allegedly explosively completed using a skull from a different species.
I've heard about that too. And that's one of the difficulties when it comes to paleontology is that if you find sort of a graveyard of dinosaurs, you don't necessarily, I'm sorry, I meant to say dinosaurs. You don't know how to put them together. You don't know. And so there is sort of a guesswork that happens in terms of that paleontological puzzle that they have. And the science is always evolving. Like people say, I am the science. Don't argue with the science. And the thing is that science is always sort of in motion until we have the ultimate knowledge. We don't know it until we've actually pieced together something that is communally agreed upon. And at this time, like as much as I'm going to, knock the crap out of the dinosaurs, is that like this is the best knowledge that we had at the time. There were scientific advisors for this film. People were trying to make this the best dinosaur movie that they could. And you know what? Science evolved. 30 years later, of course it evolved.
Well,
right?
The good points, Scotty. I really enjoyed your points there. I just want to quickly mention, though, there are occasional times I have read over the years when they'll find like an intact specimen of one species isolated that died alone, in the rocks, and they'll excavate that. So when they get one of those rare specimens, those are the prize, right? Because they're actually getting the entire intact animal, skeleton, and that's when they can actually rebuild something that might, sort of give us a reasonably accurate, thought of what this thing actually looked like when it was alive, right? So those are always exciting finds. I think the last one I read about was in Alberta, maybe 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, the Ankylosaurus.
Yeah, it's very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it has like actual skin prints and whatnot. Like it's.
Oh yeah.
like you said, it's a 1 in a million find, but like when you do find it, it's so cool.
Yeah, when you
Movies
get
like
one,
this
it's like
are
gold, right? It's like,
really great
Wow.
at getting movies that actually care about looking into the science like that are really great to get people interested in it. But if you're interested in it, definitely actually look at the work yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It did help that they brought a lot of the top paleontologists in to advise for this movie. And I also heard that they're trying to bring back the dodo bird.
I
Why?
did hear that.
We
I
have
heard that
turkeys
too.
already.
Because yeah, exactly.
I
Why
think
they
the whole
can?
point is the fact that we erase the dodos. Like that's the first case of like genuine confirmed human extinction on an animal. So I don't think we're raising them to be giant turkeys. That's
But
why we have ostriches.
I'm
that
just wondering.
is an argument that is made in the movie between
right.
Dr. Grant and John Hammond is that common
Dr. Malcolm.
Yeah.
Dr.
Here's
Malcolm,
some more.
sorry.
Here are some more locks from China. But anyhow, DVB here says I heard that the Brontosaurus was fake too. The fossil was allegedly. Oh yep, we already
You read that one.
You read that.
And Trusty Ape says that's how I saw it when the big screen TV took up half the room.
Hell
Well,
yeah, dude.
We saw the Lost World in the drive-through though. It was pretty cool.
Oh,
So-
nice.
Drive
So
in, not drive through.
What? No, I thought it was a drive-through movie.
May I have a dinosaur egg with a side of fries?
Yeah.
Oh,
And DVB says so.
Dinosaur.
Hey, I'm pretty sure once or twice someone drove through the drive-in. They drove through. DVB says so. It was all real fossils, but as the Brontosaurus was presented in museums, the skull didn't match the rest of the skeleton. The book is much more graphic and violent than the movie. It's really good.
True.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaur.
Dinosaurs.
Edgerton says I enjoyed the Great Train Robbery.
Dino
and Spear books.
DNA.
They keep saying they can bring back the woolly mammoth. Yeah.
Well,
So now
I'm actually in charge of the return of the dodo bird, and yes, the entire reason that we are genetically engineering to resuscitate that particular genetic code is because yes, we want to eat the dodo bird. We're just gonna eat it.
Hey, I heard it tastes like chicken, but anyhow.
I thought
I know it'll be good for Thanksgiving.
I thought you were going to.
So
say
we
you were in
have-
charge because you might have been genetically related to the dodo bird, Scotty.
Oh, so we've missed a bunch of stuff here. Dr. Grant and everyone has jumped out of the vehicle. They have seen a sick triceratops. That's right. Dr. Malcolm was explaining chaos theory, and Dr. Grant saw a sick triceratops jumped out, and like his whole spiel has been like, I don't like kids, and like Tim was getting on his fucking nerves. But then, like, he just kind of just reflexively helps Lex, and like,
cool.
She's starting to get that little crush, and now we get once again our first close-up, beautiful fucking animatronic.
So cool. I love Triceratops. They were one of my favorite dinos when I was a kid.
Did they ever explain what made the thing sick?
Yeah, it's the East Indian lilac.
Yeah, but I thought they said they didn't eat it.
They do.
There's no evidence of it.
Yeah, she sticks her hand in the poop and there's nothing.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess I'm thinking of the book. In the book, yes, they figure out what's causing it, but...
Well, and this is okay. So, and in reference to sort of maintaining a fidelity to the source material, this is sort of if you'd read the book, watching this movie accentuates the book. It doesn't go exactly the way that the book goes, but what is it? The difficulty of having your novelty Jurassic Park. Like you're just thrusting, and this is why Ellie Sadler's character is so important as being a biologist not a biologist,
botanist.
That's the one.
Paleobotanist
is when she finally gets it together. It's like you have no idea what you're doing. You just got them together because it looks good, and they do touch on those themes within the movie, but not in the detail that they sort of represent. And also, it does speak to Hammond's narcissism and just being like, I want to build this. And it's like, but you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. We missed my favorite line in the whole movie.
That's a big
pile of shit.
I seen some grade A classic memes from just that picture there with Ethan there.
That is a really big
Dr.
pile,
Malcolm.
Though. Very big.
You got it.
I don't understand because it doesn't make sense that that's the way a Triceratops would shit. I appreciate it for the visual gag, but those are not like animal droppings. That's just
it looks bigger than
extremely large. Yeah.
Well, it could be that they were collecting it to go use it as manure.
So it got the runs from the sumac there. They're okay. It had the runs.
Well, no, it looks like it's tripping the fuck out. Because they're and like once again, this is sorry to cut you off there, PvP. I'll let you talk in a second. This is just a nice way to get Dr. Sattler out of the movie for the while. She's like, I'm going to stay with the Triceratops. And it's like, okay, now we can focus on just the cannon fodder, the kids, and the two main characters who you're pretty sure aren't going to die.
Yeah, and he's like, I got a gas-powered Jeep.
Yeah.
Right?
But that's also the way they do it in the book.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And once again, continuity between the source material and the thing. And once again, so here's a really interesting scene where you've got he's talking to the dude. And unfortunately, you can see on the bottom of the thing there on the screen that it's an actual video clip. It's not a live feed. They screwed up a little bit.
Oh, you can't.
Good old QuickTime.
Good old
QuickTime. Right? But, I mean, whatever. I look past it. Like, and God damn it. Damn if I want that amber staff. Man, that's so cool.
Amber anything, but it has to have a prehistoric animal, like a prehistoric bug in it. That makes it cool.
Oh, dude, I'd have a prehistoric dragonfly if I could.
I had a lady who was she was enamored with me. Don't ask me why. And she was a big fan of amber, and so for an anniversary, I did get her a fossilized insect in amber, and she was very appreciative. I'm sure she still has it.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
That's way cooler than diamonds to me.
Yeah. Did you notice he had all that garbage spewed on the floor there and all over his desk? I'm actually surprised they let him get away with that.
Well,
he's the only one who works there. That's his station. He's like, dude, I'm the only one who does this. Like,
yeah, but we would like if I would keep my workstation like that, even though I work by myself, they would have be yelling up a damn storm because we're required to keep.
Yeah, but all right, Gorilla, I gotta interrupt you here because this is part of the problem with Jurassic Park is that, and also let's not forget when this movie came out. This is 1993. Computers and networks are a big deal. So if you know how to work them, Nedry is the tech guy and he is indispensable, but he's, suspect. He's working for himself. He's working for InGen, not InGen, the other one. No, InGen. And he's working for, he works for InGen. Yeah, that's what Dr. Hammond's company
Basically,
is.
it's that old classic adage, don't F with the IT guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was working in the schools at the time with IT people, and most of them, they were messes. Their desks were messes. They had soda cans that sitting everywhere, soda cups, piles of stuff. Yeah, so I thought that was quite realistic.
Accurate.
And I do, big shout out to Jolt Cola.
So I think this is just one of the best, well, not one of the best scenes, but like this scene always sticks out in my mind with the embryos and the Barbasol can just, right? Like it was, I don't know. It was my first introduction to like spy film, that kind of stuff. So it was really neat. And
it is really neat. Yes.
And just like, I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And just as a kid, I'm like, yeah, 100%. That's totally what embryos look like. Yep, just little tubes. Sure. And so here's the scene that you guys were talking about before, where you were thinking that I think that he's just being like trying to protect Dr. Sattler because he doesn't want Ian Malcolm all up on that, because he's just like, oh, I've had 4 wives and blah blah blah, and he's like, is she available? And he's just like, no. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. And I'm like, but I never once took it as like, hey, they're actually in a relationship.
I thought they were.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but in the book, that's a good question.
No, in the book, they're not in a relationship.
It's
because
more
she's like 26.
It's more of a mentor, sort of protege situation.
Gotcha.
But there is a little bit, like there is some implication that they've tryst.
The only thing I find unbelievable is the fact they're letting that one employee smoke inside the building.
It was
the 90s.
No, they didn't smoke in the 90s. No, they phased it out.
Oh,
I would
trust
say
me, they did. In 1993, sure they did.
I don't know. The last believable decade that people smoked indoors, I'd say was 70s, maybe.
No, you're incorrect.
Phasing it out.
You're wrong.
Not here. Very wrong.
Well,
especially not in Costa Rica.
What about like restaurants and bars? Wasn't it like
yes, they still smoked in restaurants in 90s in the 90s.
At art school, we were smoking in the studios until 1990, guys.
I was a bartender in the 90s, and I was smoking behind the bar.
Minnesota banned smoking in bars and restaurants in 2002, but the restaurant I worked in banned it in 92.
It depended on where you were at. Like I was in California, so it was a little early.
And
it mostly went out in the early 90s around here, guys.
Yeah.
Probably the early 2000s.
Well, you know what? I'm in Freedom Land over here in Texas, and we didn't ban smoking in restaurants until 2015.
And I'm pretty sure if I went into a diner in Texas, I could probably smoke if I wanted to.
I wouldn't have eaten. I would have left because I can't. If I'm around where I can't smell my food and all I smell is cigarettes, I lose my appetite.
Yeah.
Well, dude, don't come to Thanksgiving at my grand. Yeah. Anyways,
they had like a smoking section, like you could.
Right next to the non-smoking. I know exactly. There was no wall in dividing them.
Those are long gone.
They were a joke. They were a joke.
So did dinosaurs ever smoke? That's my question.
Only at the at the point of impact of the asteroid.
That was my way of trying to lead us back to the film eventually.
I appreciate that, PvP. Thank you.
You didn't say the magic word.
Just a second.
Very nice, Joe.
Going back to what Scotty said.
Yeah, that's so many days. God.
I don't know what I said that made you slap your forehead.
The dinosaurs only smoked at the end.
Oh, you like that?
Was that when the meteorites hit them?
That's what I said.
So he needs a classic head slap for that.
I guess I missed it. Sorry. Not intentionally an insult, but whatever.
No, the head slap was for Scotty.
No, I'm just really happy you guys caught up. That's boo.
Oh, thank you.
That's right. So this is one of the only points in the movie that I kind of have a problem with, and we'll see why, because just the weird continuity of like how the T-Rex just walks out, and like then the other shot where it's like an 80-foot drop off.
Right. You gotta love this shot with the water, though. Yeah.
Oh my God! Yes. What gorilla?
I've been waiting to talk about this, though.
One of the best.
Water is why you got to be in the theater for this movie.
That scene was just freaking us out though when we were watching it in the theater. It was like,
do you know how they make
my God!
All right,
something bad's about to happen.
No,
do you know?
Gorilla, go ahead. No, Gorilla.
All right, two things. First, I love the line. Go, where'd you find it? Under the seat. Is it heavy? Yeah, that's expensive. Put it back. But anyhow, I love how every time we get the dinosaurs coming up here real slow, you got those subtle hints there, like the water's always vibrating, or you hear those little thumb.
The seismic tremors, and the little, for sure. The impact of, it builds the suspense, right? Here comes the big baddie. You're just like, okay. this is bad.
No, yeah, and when you're 7 or whatever, and you think it's actually happening in the theater, like it feels real.
Oh, gee.
Right? Like, bear in mind,
Wow.
I was Tim's age when
That must have been really
I saw
scary.
this. Oh, dude, this movie scared the shit out of me. That's why I say this is an amazing horror movie, because it's an introduction for kids.
Well, it
Like,
scared
this
the
is
shit
where
out
it
of
starts
me,
becoming a
too.
horror movie.
And I
Yeah,
wasn't
but
a
when
kid.
you're
The sad
yeah,
thing,
but when you're a
I
kid,
should
you
have
don't
known better, but it was freaky. Yeah, it
right.
was
But
great.
when you're a kid, though, you don't realize that the kids are never going to be in danger. You know they're going to walk out of this without
Oh,
a
of
scratch. When you're a
course.
kid, you don't realize that. As an
True.
adult, you
Oh,
do.
Exactly.
Yeah, I had that childhood innocence of being like, oh my god, these kids might die.
That's very cool.
Especially when they're separated by just a thin plate of glass. I
You
thought,
guys
oh,
were
these
Right?
kids are
lucky.
done.
You
Oh,
guys
dude,
were
it was incredible. Like, and just this whole scene, like, there's the animatronic, and I mean, once again, I don't know how I feel about Gerero.
At least you know his
a lawyer.
name.
Yeah,
He had to go to
because
the
I don't.
bathroom.
He lost his shit, and I don't know if because I probably would too.
You
I
know,
know.
I think he
personally,
was
I would
just
just,
hiding.
I
I
know
would,
he did.
I would have just done it in the car. I don't care. I ain't going in the outhouse.
No, he didn't have to go to the
dying
bathroom. He
around.
was just trying to hide.
No,
That
that
was
was just the
strictly
joke.
for
I'm
laughs.
sorry.
Yeah, it was strictly
Oh.
for
Yeah, he was a
laughs.
coward.
So it's like, let's
Yeah.
kill the lawyer. People love killing the lawyer. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so he was portrayed as the coward. He abandons the kids here, and out comes the big motherfucking T-Rex.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
I'll never forget that in the big screen theater. I mean, it was just, oh my God.
The
I
sound
think
was
people were probably
amazing. They had
screaming
new
at that
sound
point.
systems and
It's like,
everything.
whoa. That was
Like,
so
it was
cool.
incredible. The sound system for us was incredible. I could only imagine when, like, the roars of the T-Rex and the impact, the seismic impacts that you guys were talking about must have
had
been,
like
like, in the actual theaters.
We had like the 5-point Dolby or something, Nemesis. So if you can imagine that at full volume, it was like,
Oh my god.
yeah.
On
it almost-
probably
either
had-
side of your ears.
You probably had the
Almost took you out of your seat.
THX. You probably had the THX sound before the movie.
Yeah, it did. It had THX. I think it did. Yeah. Yeah, it was incredible. It was the George Lucas thing, right? With the sound.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it was amazing. Oh,
Yeah, I had a sound system I bought for my house around then, and just to get a THX certified system, it was $1,000 on up.
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Maybe you guys seen the 3D converted version of this movie.
No.
Nope.
Oh,
I would
No.
I would like to. Obviously, I missed my chance.
well, every now and then they play it at the theaters, so if you just keep your eye out, they might show it again.
Yeah, if I could see it on a
I
huge
think
screen.
didn't Kat see it? Kat saw it in 3D.
Oh, that's a good idea. Cat over from the Phantasmagorium.
Oh, that's cool.
It was a good conversion.
That's
That's when because a lot of times when they convert, they don't look very good, but they did do a good job on the conversion for this movie.
Love that camera angle. And here we go. Whoa! One of the
yeah,
scariest
that's
scenes in the movie.
So
And
scary.
again, practical effect.
Yep.
Amazing.
Their terror is real.
And this is one thing I give Steven Spielberg credit for. He's good at working with kids and getting a good performance out of them.
Well, and in this instance, he had no hand in killing them.
Yeah.
So that's
no-
good.
Yeah.
And notice there that the guy that says he hates kids is the one that Papa Bear comes out, and he's the one that risks himself to save the kids.
Yeah,
Well, that's
Yeah.
part of the character arc.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I think any good person is when they see something like this going on, their protection instinct, so to speak, might kick in, and it's like, no, this is wrong. I got to save these kids.
Unless
right?
you're a lawyer.
Yeah,
Well,
everybody
I'm not
except
a
the
lawyer,
lawyer.
so I can't relate. So, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's like,
Yes.
Oh,
see,
look at that
it's
shot.
very
Look at it.
wrong.
Ah, just fucking, oh, it's so good. Oh my God.
But
Yeah, it's like-
PvP, in terms of characterization, one of the bad parts is that the reason that Alan Grant is the hero is because he's written to be the hero. That is his character.
well,
The
isn't that way
lawyer
most scripts are written?
is
The hero's
no, but the
written to be
lawyer
the
is a
hero.
character. The lawyer is a caricature
Yeah.
made to be a coward so that
made to be
he will
comedy relief.
die.
He's
So
comedy
it's not
relief.
like Alan Grant is a human who rose to his situation. He's a character who fills the
They're
story.
all characters, Scotty.
Now,
Okay, can I just
Right,
point out
so
here how
don't
easily
find-
that this
Don't
outhouse
go
fell
all
apart,
bug nuts
Scotty?
about how heroic someone is when they are also just a cartoon
No, I
character
didn't say it was
made
all
to fit
Scotty?
the story.
I didn't,
Yes,
Scotty.
sir.
I didn't
Guys?
say it was all. I never. Don't put words in my mouth, please, Scotty.
I'll pour them in your face, neck, and chest.
Time for everybody.
Okay,
Yeah, can we have a
Enough.
timeout,
Yeah.
please?
And everyone's favorite scene.
I do feel sorry for the guy, though. I gotta say.
I do.
Isn't this the only on-screen death that we see in this movie?
Well, other
it
than that
is.
guy,
It
that guy
is.
early on, I guess the guy eaten. It was.
See,
kinda
that's what we need
off-screen.
more of, and slow.
But once again,
I
you
still
couldn't
enjoy it.
have more of it and slow and have it still be marketable to kids.
Right, that's the
Well-
whole point. Then, right, that would have pushed it past
It
PG-13
would have
and
been
rated R.
R-rated.
Yeah.
R-rated.
What
Like,
happened for
dude,
the
like,
longest time?
okay.
I didn't even know whether Nedry died or not. I was like, I'm pretty sure he's dead in there, but
Yeah, he
is
just
he?
might be. Yeah,
No.
slightly.
Well, and see,
Great
like
love.
and we skip past that scene because that's another scene that I have contention with because like he gets blinded, he stumbles back up the hill, he hits his head, and like the whole time, like I've been paying attention, all the doors are closed except for the one that he got out of on the driver's side, and he like gets back in the vehicle and he closes the door, and somehow the Dilophosaurus is in the fucking Jeep with him.
Yeah, because it's a cartoon logic. It totally
Exactly.
when the kids watching the movie, they're like, "Oh, okay, I understand how this happened because it's cartoons."
Well,
Right, so-
we are watching a movie about living dinosaurs, so yeah, it's a bit cartoony.
A little bit, and then once again, this scene here where it's just like, oh wait, how'd the T-Rex get up there?
I think the T-Rex came from the other side, and this is the opposite side. I could be wrong.
No, this actually, I'm gonna have to go with Nemesis of Eden on this one. Is that the way that it was presented, the geography of the scene? Once we get to this part of the scene, it does not make a lick of sense.
Yeah.
Because this is supposed to be the other side of the fence is supposed to be the paddock in which the Tyrannosaur lives. And when the Tyrannosaur crossed over the fence, which we are now on the other side of, it was, there was flat land.
It was
but
ground
now-
level.
Yeah. This makes no sense. And it is only manufactured, and it is only by the grace of the filmmaking that you forget about it until 30 years later.
Yes. Right? Like as a kid, I was just like, oh my God, holy shit, right? And like I didn't think be like, oh man, how'd the T-Rex get up there? I was just like, oh yeah, T-Rex, there he is, look at that. Just I can't do a T-Rex scream, obviously. Like I'd fucking drive my neighbors crazy, but
I'm
But
sure
the
they
geography
appreciate it
doesn't
greatly.
make any sense.
no, exactly, Scotty. And the thing I agree, and yeah.
And if I remember right, the sound of the T-Rex roar was done by altering the sound of a lion's roar, with combination with a
that
few
makes
other
sense.
animals.
Huh.
Oh,
That's really cool.
Mr.
Oh.
Arnold is reminding me that I have to go have a cigarette. I'll see you in a second.
Right, key check space
Okay.
-0. Key checks off. Safety minus space 0. He's turned the space safety systems off. Doesn't want anybody to see. Look at the next entry. It's a kicker. White rabbit object. It did it all with the key checks off.
The
So-
keystrokes, not key checks.
No, yeah. With the key checks off, the computer didn't file the key strokes. The way to find them is to check the computer's lines of code one by one, but there's 2 million of them.
Is that
2
is that a
million.
lot?
Not anymore. No, that's not a lot. Well, yeah, that is a lot, but you should
To
be able
manually go through, that's a
manually
lot.
Go through them. That's too much. Yes.
Yeah,
but
the
you
manually
shouldn't
go
have to
through,
manually go through
but-
anything ever.
But for a park system that size, is that a lot?
I would still say yes.
Yeah, it is. It is a ton of code. It
No,
is a
but-
ton of code, but you should be able. You should be able to compartmentalize it by the classes and the functions. And everything
Well,
should be in its own little boxes.
When you're dealing with a park system, basically this is like Jurassic Disneyland, so to speak, right? It's an attraction.
not about how many lines you have. It's about how many objects you have. But that's
if you're going to invite paying customers and try and have some reasonable amount of keeping them alive during their enjoyable visit, hopefully, you should have some way to use the computer codes to some way to control them if something does go wrong, where you can isolate certain sections. I mean, maybe that makes no sense, Jill. I don't know.
Yeah, no, there shouldn't just be one person who understands how to work the code.
Yes.
And once again, this is just going back to
people working on it, right? Like, to keep the paying guests safe, I would think.
And this just comes back to the frugality of John Hammond.
The boss is a cheap SOB. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, can we catch up on chat real quick?
Good idea. Thank you, Gorilla.
All right, these are all from DVB. Like the scene when Nerdy gets eaten by the dial for whatever. In the book, it describes the graphic detail of Nerdy's demeanor.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do plan on washing your hands to wash
the
your
movie kind of plays it more comedically.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas in the book, it spits him in the eyes and I'm pretty sure it slashes open his stomach and he's holding his intestines and then it picks him up by the head and crushes it and kills him that way. And you're just holy crap. Oh, dude, it's awesome.
Ooh,
check out the book.
That. Yeah, that would have been nice to see.
Yeah,
but, I know they're making it for kids too, so.
Exactly, and I'm glad I could watch this when I was 7 and I didn't have to see guts.
Exactly, if all those things would have made it impossible for you to see, Jill, of course.
Spielberg never would have gone to that extreme in a film, I don't think.
No, but even then I thought, well, maybe they will in the sequels, but no, not really.
Yeah,
and
if you want to film
Jurassic Worlds or even tamer.
Yeah, the goriest dinosaur film I've seen, and I've only seen bits and pieces, is Carnosaur.
Yeah, and that's because Roger Corman, he knows what to do.
Yeah, of course he does. But once again, they were trying to.
Yeah, he's almost 100. He's still alive, and I'm so happy to see that.
I love Corman. Corman rocks.
Such a big influence in Hollywood. It's not just it's only directors, but the people. But he discovered, we wouldn't have James Cameron, we wouldn't have Jack Nicholson. I mean, there's so many people that Roger Corman brought to the forefront.
He's like the forerunner of independent cinema, right?
Yes.
For the small stuff. We should actually do some Roger Corman films one of these days. Or at
least I would love to. Like Carnosaur. I would love to do Carnosaur.
I'd love to just do even a tribute to him while he's still, breathing, right? It would be so awesome because I love Roger Corman's films.
I know it's incredible he's still alive. They just did a tribute to him just last week. I was watching
Such a cool guy. I have a big Roger Corman fan, huge Roger Corman fan. For over 50 years now. Oh my God.
Without him, we wouldn't have Death Race 2000. I mean, there's so many things.
I loved him ever since I saw his stuff as a kid. He's just great. His movies are awesome.
All righty. Sorry.
Go ahead, Gorilla.
DVB says it's all Nerdy's fault.
Uh-oh.
John Hammond had everything rolling smoothly, but his biggest mistake was hiring Nerdy.
His biggest mistake was not paying him well enough.
Yeah.
Now I get his name a little better.
Yeah. Now
Nedry, isn't it Nedry?
It's Nedry.
It is, but if you do transpose the letters, his name is Nerdy.
Quit making fun of my dyslexia.
Was that character
Gorilla, do you actually have dyslexia?
Was that character name in the book, Nedry?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nedry's a character in the book, for sure.
And I have to say that, yes, and I have to say for the actor, I think he's hilarious. I always loved him. I always thought he was hilarious in everything I ever saw him in. So that him playing this character always lightened the mood of the movie itself. It changed it dramatically because he could have been a sleazy person that you hated, but it was like he was somebody you could laugh at, even though while he's still being the bad guy.
Well, he had moments of it. Go ahead. Sorry, Bob.
Well, he was just naturally funny, and I actually kind of felt sorry for him when he died. I don't want to get spoiled, but we're almost there.
Oh, too late now.
All right. Edge Time said that's so cheap. That's a Ford Explorer, whatever that is.
Even worse. Ford Exploded is even worse than a Jeep.
Well, I mean, there's Jeeps and Ford Explorers in this movie. The Ford Explorer is the one that went rocketing into the tree.
Oh,
yeah. And Edge Time said, whatever that is, I'm offended. if that's your sort of thing, I mean, we ain't writing Hemingway dialogues over here.
That's
Nerds,
true.
hold the line. All right, we're all caught up.
Oh, this is sad. I feel
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh.
No. This scene always kind of pains me, like, because he was not a bad guy, and he didn't deserve this.
Well, and he's underestimating the dinosaur like it's a little animal. Like, oh, how cute.
Yeah, he's trying to make it into a pet almost before it eats his face.
Right.
Well,
He's
Hey, little
I think it's
guy,
more a
you wanna
distraction
zag
thing,
nut?
right? Because he's like, oh, you know, you're not like, you're not so bad. You're not like your big brothers. Like,
He's got no chance, though.
But this is
well,
also...
put yourself in his situation though, right? Like, okay, your Jeep's stuck. You just did this thing. Here's this fucking dinosaur the same size as you that is clearly a carnivore, but doesn't seem hostile. What do you do?
Well,
like, hey,
actually,
go.
You know what made this scene scarier for me, even though it's kind of funny at the same time, is that every time you look back, the dinosaur is just closer. You don't actually see the dinosaur getting closer, but every time you look back, she is.
Well, the thing
Right.
is, you know it's a carnivore, and you know it's eventually going to eat, right? So the whole suspense
Right.
build up to this part of the scene we're seeing here is horrific for me, at least. You know, I think it's horrific.
Dude, right? Like as a kid, like as sorry, PvP, go ahead.
Oh, it freaked the hell out of me. I was like 30 when I saw this, and it freaked the hell out of me. Like, it doesn't matter what your age is. If you've never seen the film, well, I imagine that more as you and Jill as young people, you know, we're probably freaked out a hell of a lot more. But still, even at my age, I was like, oh, this is wrong. This is horrible. I like this guy. I don't want him to get eaten. You know.
Yeah.
So
that's because of the actor, right? That's because of the actor. Anybody else, you would have been like, yeah, he's a bad guy. He deserves it.
And it's funny because as a kid, I did feel that way, Pop. I was like, yeah, because like it's as I was saying earlier, he has his moments of being hilarious, but like there are points, and I can't remember what's the actor's name.
Yeah,
Wayne. Wayne
Newfield or he's the Sci-fi guy, right?
Knight.
Wayne Knight. Thank you, Jill.
Wayne Knight.
Can I say two things?
Yes, Gorilla.
All right, Cody guy, welcome. Nice to see you.
Welcome.
Hi, Cody.
Hello, Cody guy.
And also, you notice that the can fell out of his coat, rolled down the thing, and started getting covered with mud. I would have loved it if they will put a scene in either this or in the sequels where they find that can of shaving cream.
Didn't they?
Well, that supposedly.
I thought they did.
Well, or it happened off screen, but that's how supposedly that everything branched out in the second
new one.
And third movie. Yeah,
like Dodson is played by another actor in the newest of the Jurassic worlds.
Oh, we don't talk about those.
Well, but you asked. You asked.
So anyways, getting back to what I was saying, Wayne Knight here, he did have those moments where he was absolutely hilarious, but like he'd get these moments of like dead seriousness and like almost scary. Like you're just like, oh, like that's like I don't want to say psychopathic, but you're just like, oh yeah, like this dude's not everything. But he's portrayed to be the sleazeball, as like not the sleazeball, but like the way his first interaction with Dodgson, the way he interacts with people, they want you to make him be the antagonist. Or because he's like abrasive, I guess, is the way I would put it.
Boorish.
I didn't watch Seinfeld, but was he funny in Seinfeld?
He was.
Oh, yeah.
Incredibly funny.
He was great. He was like Jerry Seinfeld's nemesis in a way. He was a mailman, right? And
most men are male.
I think I'm talking a guy that delivers the postal letters.
My mistake.
And I think sometimes he would not deliver Jerry's mail or something. So he had a rift of some kind with Jerry, and they hated each other's guts basically. But it was kind of sweet and hilarious at the same time, because sometimes I think there were episodes where they actually kind of got along and had to get together to actually do something. So
anyways, PvP, we're gonna.
But I digress.
Yeah. So once again, I will just still point out the doors were all closed and the Dilophosaurus teleported in there.
I don't think that a Dilophosaurus teleported in there. I think that one went into the car because he had a lot of snacks.
It's the
And
Klingons.
He was the snack, Scotty. That was the whole joke where he's like, I don't have food on me.
This dinosaur was teleporting the whole entire time. You don't ever see him really advancing. You just see him move from one spot to another until he's in.
So it's like, what horror movie would that be? Not Halloween. It would be
Jason.
It was a Klingon scout ship. That was up for bad things.
Or like the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who.
Right,
ooh, that's a good call.
All right, there's something I want to say about the scene here. It's like he had to reassure her. He sat there and reassured her that he'll come back. And she goes, "But the lawyer left us." But yet he said, "I will come back. I got to help your brother." It's like,
yeah,
or a guy who supposedly hates kids. He's being excellent with these kids.
Yes. And I think it is. It's part of the escalation and the elevation of his character is that when I forget the name of the little girl, and she's
Lex.
like Lex. When Lexi says he left us, he left, and then Dr. Grant says and like reassures her and says, "Yeah, but I'm not gonna leave you," and she's like, "Okay." And so it is. Art. It's amazing. Like, but again, this is the power of Spielberg filmmaking. Like, he is making it appealing to children. He is trying to make it so that dinosaurs can be for a whole new generation. Make them scary, but also make it so that kids can, be somewhat. They can defend against dinosaurs. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, there's still a real whimsy that's brought into it, like especially in the scenes coming up later. Like, well, even when we were first introduced to it with the Brachiosaurus, there's a real whimsical nature to especially to the herbivores.
Mm-hmm.
And that must be because Sam Neill. It says here that he did not have the same aversion to kids that Grant did. He said, "I didn't really think of them as children. I thought of them as actors. They were both extraordinarily talented and we got on well. I happen to actively like children anyway, so it wasn't a problem for me."
Well, the thing is, too, if you watch a number of Spielberg films, there's always a lot of character arcs that the adults will favor helping children in those movies. I probably don't have to list them, but there are a number of films where someone younger is somehow helped out during the film, during the ordeals they're going through by adults around them that are definitely older, and actually, maybe if they don't actively look out for them, at least they assist them when it's needed in certain scenes. And I think that's a theme that Spielberg kind of worked for a lot of movies.
My favorite little girl in any Steven Spielberg movie, she was wearing red. And I forget the
Schindler's List.
Yeah, it's the one.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, that's pretty.
Well, because red is
Steven
Spielberg is superstitious. He thinks red brings him good luck. I was explaining that to a gorilla in our last stream. Ever since Duel, because there's a red Ford in Duel with Dennis Weaver. He's driving a red Ford, and Steven Spielberg always considered that as the beginning of the launching point of his career. Yeah, so that red is his good luck charm.
Isn't
well, he did other things before Duel, but he really took off after Duel.
Oh, Duel's just a masterpiece. Totally.
You know what? I've never seen it PvP.
Oh God, you gotta watch it. Dennis
excellent
Weaver
movie. Excellent
fantastic.
Movie.
I'm not saying
really
I don't want
scary.
to. Really I am deficient.
Yeah, I'll probably cover it on this stream here eventually.
Nice.
Because it's definitely
actually
one of the best made-for-TV movies. Yeah, watching it, you'd be hard to press to realize that it was a made-for-TV movie, but it's really, really good. A lot of suspense.
Yeah, it's only 80, 90 minutes long, but it's so
made for TV originally. They had to make it. They had to shoot extra footage to extend it for the theaters because it did so well.
It was a TV movie, yeah. But one reason I love it so much is I had an experience back like 30 years ago driving
with dinosaurs.
A lonely road at night that was like a 3-hour drive, and I had this crazy trucker behind me that I swear was trying to run me off the road. I'd pull over to the side to let him pass. He'd stop. He'd stop like 50 feet behind me and just wait for me to continue. And I'd continue, and he'd be right on my ass again, like within like 15 feet behind me.
Did you guys get married?
Okay, well, as riveting as this is, and I would like to hear this another time, PvP, let's carry on with the movie.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
we,
sorry.
we
I
will
guess
cover it on
sidetracked.
this stream. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
We will cover it on this stream
Yeah,
because
but
it
if you
is
ever do
worthy.
Duel, I will relate the rest of the story.
Delightful.
Sounds
It was
good.
frightening. It was frightening.
I'll bet. So once again, as you guys were talking, as you had mentioned earlier, PvP, the tremors, and once again, just the camera angle of like seeing the shockwave in the actual Tyrannosaur footprint, you're just like, uh-oh.
Well, and the way I do want to highlight this because I'm a big fan of special effects, especially practical special effects, but the way that they made those reverberations in the water, those ripples, is that they had a bass guitar string.
Guitar string, yes.
And
they had tried several. They spent days trying to get that effect. Right, so it wasn't like they just suddenly did the effect. They spent a lot of days trying to figure out how to get
They didn't know how to do it.
Yep.
And it wasn't until they were on set and it was like, well, what if we just put a guitar string through the car? And then that was the basis of how they would get that reverberation, is that even with the footprint that you see there with Dr. Malcolm, it was a brilliant depression of mud or however they made it. And they ran a bass guitar string through it and they just plucked it. And then in post-production, they made it like more ominous. And this is a testament to special effects in movie making. Like, this is so brilliant. And again, like I watch stuff before 1995 and I'm like, well, I really like it better when it wasn't all CGI. You still had to rely on practical effects, and this is
so like, they also, some of the rain was also not real, right?
Most of it was not real. It was they just had massive sprinklers and whatnot above it. But at the same time, like, you have a beautiful mix of like CGI here, and everyone was trying their best because no one wanted to get fired at that point because this was all new. Like, they could have just gotten tossed to the side. So the 3D animators, the CGI artists, were trying their best. Like, the whole T-Rex coming up, objects are closer with me, appear closer in the mirror, and the T-Rex is coming up. It still looks good.
Yeah. Now,
cool.
Now they're making a big scene like this is supposed to be one big hurricane, but they forgot the wind.
You were going to say something, Jill?
No, it's just as a kid, when you're on road trips, you just kind of stare at the objects may appear larger than they are in the mirror quite a bit. And so when that comes up, it really,
it
really jumps out.
That's because you're getting bored and you want to get there sooner, Jill?
Well, yeah, because I already read the book I brought with me. And
what, didn't you have siblings to play smack tag with? Where you just sit there and smack each other?
I did not beat up my little brother. I tied him up with a jump rope, though, sometimes.
Oh, my sister did. But here, this scene is beautiful. Once again, another scene that I hated as a kid, but as an adult, really appreciate. It's a beautiful deconstruction of John Hammond and his character. Just talking about how he came over from Scotland, and the first thing he did was a flea circus, which is, in essence, a sham. It's just people pay money, and their imagination is what they're paying for, basically.
Well,
but he's saying, "I want to
imagine." If I may explain what a flea circus is, it's basically a machine that you have. And you present it to an audience and you say, look at the fleas, look at the fleas, look at what they're doing. They're doing it. And this is something that Hammond explains. He's like, oh, and the audience would see this little machine that I had concocted. And they would say, oh, mommy, can't you see the fleas? See the fleas? And it was all an illusion. And that's part of the argument that Dr. Sadler provides. Is like, don't you understand that this is just another illusion? You're lying to people, but this time your illusion is dangerous.
Yes, your illusion is killing people. Like, and she's like, we were all blinded by the power of this place, and I didn't have enough respect for that power, and it's out now, and people are dying. Like, this isn't, because he, like you said, there are good intentions to his character. He's like, I didn't want to just make something like the flea circus this time. I wanted something that they could feel and they could touch and smell. Like, I wanted to create something that was real in quotation marks.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
they certainly
Nemesis.
feel
Get
and touch it
control
when
of the
they're getting in.
situation.
Yeah. Well, Nemesis, the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
Exactly.
It sure is.
Gorilla. Exactly.
But
what I was
also-
thinking, buddy.
But also, I would like to say that in the book, these good intentions that are presented and that excellent character scene, that is not there in the book. In the book, Dr. Sadler says, your grandchildren are out there, and Hammond is like, fuck my grandchildren.
Yeah. This scene, is a really important scene for the movie, and it ties into the book too. Gorilla, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say
Light
this is
down
a
to
critical scene here where he talks about some Asian frogs when they're stuck in that unisex only thing where they can't. Basically, if they can't get laid, they're gonna switch to the other team there so they can get laid.
They're making the freaking
Kind of,
frogs
sort of.
gay.
That's right. Yeah, frogs gay. No, so basically, what Gorilla was saying is that in certain frogs in Africa, when presented in a same-sex environment, will convert from female to male or male to female, whatever it needs, so that the population can reproduce. And therefore, as Malcolm was right, life found a way, and the dinosaurs are now breeding.
Yeah, I've heard that is a true thing that frogs can switch genders if they need
And worms, there's a certain
lots of species
worms
can.
Yeah.
That's right. And these dinosaurs they had holes in their DNA that were filled in with amphibian DNA. So that's how that happened.
Jill,
Well, of course,
say it
Atkinson's
right.
character should have known this, right? If he had any scientific knowledge at all.
Yes, thank you.
Or hired
Thank you,
anybody
Jill.
who did.
It's going to be my new ringtone is when Jill says dinosaurs.
We're going to get Jill to just say it at the very end, nice and clear, so we can all clip it and just make it a ringtone. Because, yeah, definitely.
Dino DNA.
I say it every time.
Hold
I
on
watch
to your
this
butts.
movie. Oh man, Mr. Arnold, don't go.
He just needs to go give. See, and like once again. So another little scene. Hang on.
Well, it's 1993. They probably have cigarette machines somewhere.
But still, because they're like, oh, doctor, he's like, oh, I can just go across the compound. It'll take me 3 minutes. And then later on, the game warden's like, you can't just stroll out there and go turn on the power. And I'm like, wait a minute. I thought you said it was just 3 minutes. Did you send the fucking
Why did you send the black guy?
God damn it, Scotty! I wasn't trying to make it about his race, but yes, why did the black guy go out there with no protection and get eaten by velociraptors?
I wouldn't go out there for 3 seconds, much as 3 minutes.
Hey, that's because it's nostalgic for the 50 movies.
Awesome.
It's kind of noticeable when he's the second one to die, though.
All right, if you guys want to stop being
T-Rex
racist for a
there.
second, I want to talk about the amazing nature of them running among the other dinosaurs and looking the way that they do. It's
insane.
a well-known special feature in terms of the direction of Lex, Tim, and Alan running, and it's incredible. This is a feat of special effects.
Oh, it's great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just like a flock of birds. They're flocking.
And they're flocking right toward us.
Oh, yeah, they're flocking right with the
That's why it's so great. I mean, in spite of maybe some of the story plot holes and flaws, the special effects are just like A1 first class. I mean, all the way through, basically.
What's the Australian guy's name?
Muldoon.
Yes.
I just feel for the damn.
See, and it's once again, every character is I wouldn't say that none of them are a trope or anything, but it's interesting because Muldoon immediately is just she's like, oh, it's just down there. He's like, no, dude, like we're being hunted. Like you could tell the instinct was there. He's just like, well, because even at the beginning of the movie, when they're talking about the velociraptors, he's like, they should all be exterminated. He's like, these things are awful. These are terrifying. Like everyone who knows anything about dinosaurs knows that the velociraptors are scary, and it was a bad idea to bring them on board because they said that they had a pack of 20. And then when the big one came in that we saw at the beginning of the movie, killed off all but two of them. So there's only 3 of them. And even Muldoon is just like, no, like
Shoot
they should be killed.
her!
Like shoot her! He's like they're lethal at 8 months, and I do mean lethal. So obviously they know.
Well, if they just brought back the herbivores for the amusement park, which essentially it is an amusement park for tourists, then nobody ever would have gotten injured, nobody would have gotten eaten, and everybody would have been happy, and they would have paid huge amounts of money to have the fun. And well, I guess
I'm sorry, I would disagree, PvP. The trope of the passive herbivore is like really overdone to me. Like, you ever been near a moose? I hope not. Like, or like any type of like wild herbivore, like a deer or anything. Oh, dude, cows, like fucking. Oh, dude, horses, like. Okay, this is an amazing scene. Fucking big reveal of the Velociraptor. Awesome.
Yeah.
And like once again, like Laura Dern, like
Sells it.
dude, her screams of terror in this scene and the scene where she's screaming at the T-Rex as it's coming up at her, like this is amazing. Like she's fantastic, and it's just like I do kind of wonder what happened to the flashlight that was trailing up behind her, because you could see it as it was coming up the shot, and then when she slammed the door, it wasn't there.
No, it gets caught. It gets caught in the door, and then she gets held by the cord.
Oh, okay. And so here we go once again with this scene tying back to what Dr. Grant was saying when he was traumatizing the little kid, where he's like, so here's the velociraptor and she's staring at you and you see it and you're not going to move because you think that its vision is based on movement like a T-Rex. And that's when the attack comes, not from the front, but from the sides, from the 2 velociraptors that you didn't even know were there. And of course, what's the line? Everyone?
Clever girl. And this is a line that I use very often in my day-to-day life. Whenever anyone is smarter than me, which happens more often than you'd think, I always say, clever girl.
Right, and they don't show the kill, but at the same time, it's enough of the fact that like it's just censored enough that it leaves enough to the imagination. But like you can see him getting his face ripped off. Well, not ripped off, but he's getting his face balled by the fucking Velociraptor.
It also saved a lot of money too.
Yeah. The brilliant thing is that the other Velociraptor, as Muldoon is being not immolated, that involves fire, but as he's being like attacked, you see it from the response of the raptor that was the primary target of Muldoon. He had that one in his sights, and so the other 2 go and they eviscerate him, and then you get the response of the raptor who's just like enjoying watching him. Oh, you thought you had me? Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, that's the one that I think was like. Sorry, Gorilla. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wanted to
then I'll get back to my point.
Electric fence that we went back there. I liked how they had the warning buzzers on them, but I'm still surprised that they didn't get the kid to jump. Usually kids like jumping from high places like that.
Well, the whole point was that he didn't want to do that. He's like, I'm not going to jump. Like, I was just like up in a tree, and I don't like heights, and I don't climb. Like, anyways. Yeah, but I understand that.
But another thing here, I think we missed it, but you had the raptor looking with its eye through the glass door there, and the one thing I've seen that memed a couple times too. But
doing your goddamn memes.
No. This is a very memeable movie. But I've seen
I know.
change it from a velociraptor, like the Photoshop something else on it there, but they keep like the eye and stuff. It's been quite hilarious.
Well, it is, and like I think the one that you're talking about, Scotty, is the one that was the main primary target is the pack leader. She's the one who came in and killed the rest of the herd or the pack. And so there's the one that was down trapped in the basement with Dr. Sadler, and then there was her and the other one. And now I'm not sure which one these two are. But this, once again, is just an amazing scene. Like, talk about terrifying as a kid, right? Like, just we went from like the big, scary, unstoppable Jason Voorhees monster to like the stalker, fucking like quick, fast, agile. Like, oh,
these were far more terrifying than the T-Rex, because the T-Rex, you had to be out in the open in a large space for him to actually get, to maneuver to get at you.
Yeah,
right?
not only that PvP, but you could be very still and avoid the T-Rex by just being really still. In this case, the Velociraptors don't care if you're still; they can see you.
Yeah, the
So,
T-Rex
and smell.
The T-Rex are kind of dumb, actually, weren't they, Jill? Like, if you were careful. But these things are almost like sentient. They're so scary, right?
Yeah.
They're actually thinking.
Almost, but they don't pass the mirror test. Yeah. Very importantly, thankfully for the little girl.
So they're not Draculas.
No. When you say the mirror test, like they thought it recognized the thing in the mirror as food. It just didn't realize that it was on the other side casting the reflection. The mirror test is when like you recognize yourself in the mirror.
I know, but I just wanted to make fun of them.
That's fair, but
it is.
Oh, dude! I mean, God, it's like so good, and they can like they're smart. Like the whole point is that they learn, right? Like when Muldoon was talking earlier about how the raptors would throw themselves at the fences, and like, but it was never at the same spot, and they were testing things out. And he's like, they learn. They're problem solvers. They're thinkers. These are smart, intelligent creatures.
Yeah. Now, one thing I noticed,
Draculas, but not Draculas.
There's something I know
them really scary though. It's because they are intelligent.
Draculas are scary,
but that has nothing to do with.
You don't think Draculas are scary, PvP? Anyway, let's move on.
It's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about, Scotty.
Well, I just want you to acknowledge that Draculas are scary.
Depends. Some scare me. Some bore the hell out of me.
Well, some of them are
basically it's the scene is a game of cat and mouse.
Oh, right. Yeah. And like we missed the shots because once again, and like if anyone somehow hasn't not seen Jurassic Park who's watching this or watching it in the rerun, please watch Jurassic Park. Scotty, stop being a smartass.
Okay.
Like seriously. The animatronics in this scene where you have the claws tapping on the ground, that's actually a dude in a half velociraptor suit, and they've got animatronics as well, so they have two people working on it, so they have the toe clicking and you have the guy actually walking around too. So like there's a lot of technical production in it mixed with, because there's a CGI where they jump up on the table and they're like interacting like almost snake-like, and like, but then you have that scene where it was watching Lex and Tim run out of the kitchen, and it was obviously alive, or it was an animatronic.
What makes them even scarier is that you know that they just defeated one of the big game hunters of the world who actually understands how to deal with these kind of animals.
But he did.
And so they're built up and that kind of intelligence to be able to go against.
We did just pass
children.
Through.
You think they'd have no chance?
A graphic
user
interface.
Oh, Bob, hang on. So
wait, no, Nemesis. No, we're not. I cannot pass by this because there is something that I have to acknowledge, and I know it's one of my favorite things, and I know it's one of Jill's favorite things, and I want to hear Jill say it. Is that there is a graphic user interface that happens on the computer system of Jurassic Park, and what kind of system is it, Jill?
Unix.
Do you know it?
I know it. And she
Great.
doesn't have to use the command line prompt. There's a really lovely GUI, as Scotty R37 is saying, in the form of computer graphics file-based system that is really fun. 3D graphics. It's so 90s. It's so 1990s. It's amazing.
Now
Okay,
going
so
back
spare
to
no
what
expense. Look at this freaking goddamn
special
100 foot
effect.
flex run. No, it's not a special effect. It's literally John Hammond being a cheap son of a bitch because he doesn't know how HVAC works. Sorry,
John Hamm?
Yes, John Hamm.
Okay.
That's just my inner tin basher coming out. I'm sorry, but like
Yeah,
it's
you're
always
good.
been a pet peeve. Even as a kid, I was just like spared no expense, and then you see like this one big long flex line running through the ceiling, and I'm just like, yeah, well, okay, spared no
Everyone
expense, my ass.
everyone is being corralled into the visitor center, and they are all going to be destroyed, eaten, eviscerated, immolated, and decimated by the velociraptors until something that was not brought in till very last minute.
Oh, look at that! Look at that beautiful fucking. Oh,
Animatronic practical effect.
yes.
Awesome practical effects in this film.
And right, and then CGI right there, but like acceptable, right? Like
Well,
to accentuate.
You know what's great?
Well, it's because there is such a mix of practical. Sorry, PvP, not to fucking talk over you there, but because there is really good practical effects mixed in with the really good CGI, it tricks your brain enough to be like, yeah, okay. And then we have Ninja T-Rex pop in, but which you can hear if you do listen. He does. You can hear footsteps coming up, but you're more focused on. I believe you can.
I don't know. I've never heard
and
it. And
Nemesis totally made my point, so I don't have to say anything.
Oh, sorry, man.
Oh man, I don't know.
Yeah.
When we say practical effects, there was a team of people controlling these dinosaurs.
Well, and this is another thing.
All right, can I get a word in?
Them, Jill.
Otherwise,
the extras might have got
Gorilla. Yes, I just want to say one more thing: is that when everybody runs out of the visitor center of Jurassic Park and they say, "Dr. Hammond or Mr. Hammond, I've decided not to endorse your park," and then he sort of gives us a profile and he says, "Neither have I," and it is sort of a what do you call it? When you're justified, a justification of that character,
that
so he's not a bad guy. That's amazing.
That scene there where Scotty talked over where the T-Rex is screaming out loud while the Jurassic Park sign drops.
It's amazing.
That is so symbolic of the way his dream is crashing around him.
And even
that's a good analogy of it. PvP.
Right, the sign was CGI as
That's
well.
my favorite scene in the movie, actually. You know,
CGI, it looks so real.
I know it looks real, but the whole sign was CGI.
And the thing is,
yeah, and I don't think I've ever really even thought about that, Pop.
But in the theater, when the T-Rex let that roar, that loud, crushing roar in the TXX speakers onto the crowd, and you see the Jurassic Park sign, it's tearing down the sign, and it's like the old man's dream is like crushed. It's like it's destroyed. It's over. It's like this is a failure, and your dinosaurs have actually, basically let you down, because they've, killed people, and it hasn't gotten to your dream. It hasn't worked out to your dream, basically.
Well, and it's funny you should bring up all of those beautiful points just on that final scene where Dr. Hammond turns around and just kind of, he has everything that you just said in his face as he's looking back one last time at Jurassic Park, and Dr. Grant slowly ushers him onto the helicopter, and they fly away with just no talking, nothing, just their thoughts. A beautiful shot of birds representing, the evolution of all of the characters, what dinosaurs are meant to be.
See, you said it right.
I had to correct myself, but I mean dinosaurs.
Well,
I know DNA.
I've always believed Mother Nature knows best, and whatever she does to us beings, whether we lived 65 million years ago or live today, our destinies are all mapped out. Mother Nature has the plan, and when our time has come, we will leave, and other people will arrive. And I've always just trusted in the nature, I guess, of the earth, the nature of the universe. I mean, I know that sounds stupid. I probably sound like
It
some
does.
new age asshole, but you know what I mean, guys, right? It's like I think nature knows best. And I think to meddle with nature and try to recreate nature, I guess it might be fun, but I think it could be very dangerous too.
It
So
makes for good Hollywood movies.
yeah, it makes for good movies, but I hope it never actually happens.
Holy shit! Look, guys, it's produced by Kathleen Kennedy. No fucking way.
Oh no!
Right.
Oh
my
my
God.
God! Stop it! Stop it! Don't even bring it up. Don't even bring it up.
Hey,
It
at
should-
the time, have a
It
good
should
night.
say right. It should say copy served by.
No, you know what? No, I please.
We're
stop
not
it.
gonna get talking about Kathleen
Let's
Kennedy in
just
this.
stop
We're
it.
just gonna carry on.
Let's ignore KK
Kathleen
as
Kennedy is
existence.
one of the most prolific producers in the history of Hollywood, and I would
Because of
appreciate
Look,
it.
it's Sam Neill.
Oh, fuck, here we go.
Good old Sam Neill and Laura Dern and Jeff
Let's do an hour
Goldblum.
special on Kathleen Kennedy. Yay! That'll be
No,
fun.
let's just stop talking about it.
That's all
We're
I
moving on.
wanted.
Yeah,
No,
most
but
of my favorite lines in this movie are by Jeff Goldblum.
Great. cast,
Right?
though.
He's like the quip master, but even still, like,
Did you okay, so this is the movie. What would you give the movie on an A to F basis? I would give it an A with all the pluses.
Yeah, I
But
would
it-
too, because this
it's
is
a
one
near
of those
perfect
classic
movie.
science fiction concepts of not understanding the kind of technology that you're using and combined with the biology of the dinosaurs, of course, thinking you can control it, having the hubris to believe that you can open a zoo and just say, here's dinosaurs, it's going to be fine. And it's not.
Yeah,
We'll keep mine
just
some
wanna-
wires.
I want to give it an A plus probably as well. I agree with everything Jill just said because it was also damned intelligent. There's no way I can top what Jill said, so I'll just agree with everything she mentioned, and I'll just add a little bit. The other things that I love about this film are the cast are pretty much uniformly solid. Even the minor players are good. The combination of the CGI and the practical effects, I think, is quite remarkable. And yeah, I mean that's about it. Overall, it's just a classic film. So I'll just leave it there, guys.
No,
Well,
but that's a
I
good
wanna-
analysis.
I pause it here because I wanted to shout out Dean Cundy was one of the best cinematographers at the time.
What else?
Unfortunately, now Halloween. He also did the Raiders of the Lost Ark movies,
Okay.
and unfortunately now he's resorted to TV. I don't know why. It's mind-boggling, and B movies. I don't understand it. One of the best cinematographers in Hollywood history, and he's resorted to bad stuff lately. But next.
I'd have to check out his resume, but it's interesting because I think it is incredible.
John Williams.
cinematography. I think it's
Oh, and-
incredible cinematography.
It is. It's really a shame though what he's done with his career.
Somebody's got to work for Roger Corman.
Yeah, well, you got to get that paycheck coming in, right? If nothing else, you got to do whatever you got to do, right?
I'll
do
hold the
think-
camera.
I do think we really need to do a Roger. I think the sad thing with Roger Corman, he's got so many great films. You could do 2 or 3 months on the dude, right? So it's going to be hard to pick the top 4. But if anybody's willing to actually consider, if you're willing, Pop, to ever consider doing some Roger Corman films, I would be there all day long, man, because I just love his movies. So
And right, there's so many, it'd be hard to choose which ones to
that's the
start at.
problem.
Yeah.
Well, I got one
Hundreds.
one theme
Hundreds
when
of
he did
films.
the Edgar Allan Poe movies. I think there's 7 of them in total.
Yeah, but they're not really considered horror. I do enjoy them, but I don't know if they're really considered a horror or not. They're more
I
like
think
gothic
some of them
suspense.
could be what's the one, Seven Gables? Isn't that about a woman
House
that
of Seven
died
Gables.
and, there's
Anne of
another
Green
one.
Gables?
What was the one about buried
Huh.
alive or something? I'd have to look into it because my memory fails. But I think there were
Well, the
at least
reason-
3 or 4 that could be horrific.
Or
One of the things
Carnosaur.
Jill
Carnage.
had mentioned that she was a big fan of the quippy nature of Jeff Goldblum's character. And I was curious, Jill, what do you think of the Lost World Jurassic Park 2?
Oh, the sequels, like the second one, the one that starts with the beach and the little girl and the little tiny dinosaurs.
And they made it to San Diego, right?
Yeah, it was
That
okay.
was the third one I thought.
Turns into a Godzilla movie. Yeah.
The second one.
Yeah,
Well,
the second one does. The Lost World, yeah.
I'm not too huge on the sequels. For me, it's just rewatching this one 500 times.
Well, I was just happy to see them finally rampaging through the city, and then it's like they stopped after that movie, went back to the island again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. The third one was not as good as the second, so it just got progressively worse. So the second one's okay.
Right, and the third one had don't forget the gymnastics scene with the girl, which just
I was done.
Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous.
Well,
although, but it also had the grass scene with the Velociraptors, which is fucking awesome.
Well, and I
don't go into the long grass.
Well, oh no, that was bitchin', and they ripped
that was an amazing
off
thing.
for an Alien movie. Alien.
They also ripped that off in The Mummy Returns too, but who cares?
Yeah, The Mummy Returns was awesome. So,
oh my god, dude, I fucking love that movie so much.
Me too. Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
You're talking about
with Brendan Fraser,
Mummy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I love the Fraser movies. Like
it was a prequel to The Whale.
The first one is the first, Mummy movie with Brendan Fraser is almost up there with like the first Indiana Jones. Like, I mean, I hope that's not sacrilegious.
Watch your tongue.
It's a
I think you should bite your tongue,
it's
but
a
I do understand where you're coming from.
Film though, like there's so many great action scenes, and the special effects are pretty.
I know, but Mummy's supposed to be scary, not action comedy. I'm not sorry, guys. I can be a party pooper,
the Mummy kills people. Pop.
I like Brendan Fraser, so I really like Mummy. It's a good movie.
I don't mind CGI scary unless it's
I love the second movie, but I thought the special effects kind of sucked. Like the CGI kind of got worse because I guess they were on a budget or something.
Well, the sand looked good.
Brendan and the story. Hey, what was that guy? That black Arab dude in the dark clothes, the dark cloaks. Like he was very cool.
James Earl Jones.
No, he was.
Sorry, I thought it was Pazuzu.
I think they got a Conan
movie, so I gotta say, I wouldn't. If you ever want to do those,
James Earl Jones was in The Exorcist 2. He was Pazuzu, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those damn movies, though. I love those movies.
No, I know who you're talking about, PvP. I'd have to figure out the name, but he was also in Deuce Bigalow, Male Gigolo, if that's trashy enough for anyone to remember.
Well, you know what?
That one, so I'll have to
Nemesis. So we just on Jill's channel, we were just watching Spectre of the Gun on Star Trek for season 3.
Yeah.
And I found out that one of the guys who plays one of the ERPs is actually the judge at the end of Deuce Bigalow, Male Gigolo. So I'm going to be watching that movie soon.
Yeah, you've got two references in one day for that.
I know. I have to watch it.
That's amazing. But you were mentioning the director of photography, Dean Cudley. So I looked in this book that I had here, and I couldn't really get through this book very much. But there's one quote here. It says, Stephen wanted a very realistic look for Jurassic Park, so that the audience would feel as if they were actually in the park as much as possible. My style tends toward a realistic, crisp, color-saturated look, so that approach suited me well.
I really have to quickly ask because Scotty mentioned Spectre of the Gun, which I've got to say, I don't care what anybody thinks. I think that's in my top 5 season 3 episodes. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
I agree.
I love that episode so much. I mean, Star Trek doing a Western, and they pull it off well. It's like that's the amazing thing, right? And I actually did vote in Jill's poll about half an hour before I went on to work, because she usually starts the Star Trek when I'm starting to work on Tuesdays. I gave it an A+. And I just want to mention, what was the final poll, Jill? Because it was 40% A pluses or whatever, and 60% Bs. But I couldn't get it when I looked.
That sounds right. That sounds right. But
right?
I think that Nemesis wants to get us back to the dinosaurs.
Well,
dinosaurs, yeah.
The movie's pretty much over, though, right? So,
yes, but we should probably get
Wrap
our
it
final
up.
opinions done because we're at 2.5 hours, and then it can be nice and done.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'll
I
ask-
was actually talking and I was muted, but yes,
Oh,
it was
Who are you
50%
again,
for A,
girl?
and 38% for B, and 6% for D and F. And I actually wish that you had mentioned Cudney sooner because it was really hard to navigate this book. And as soon as I find Cudney, that's everything about this movie because he talks a lot about Hawaii and how he filmed in the daytime, the nighttime, and the lighting and all that stuff. So
we didn't
that's
even
where
mention the amazing on location cinematography of Hawaii.
Yeah,
Like you
yeah,
can
they were
go
there.
to Jurassic Park
And they
if
were
you'd like
in
to.
Kauai?
Hawaii? I
I
think
think
it's
it's
Kauai.
Kauai. I think it's pronounced.
It's like Hawaii, but you start it with a K.
Yeah,
and
one of
they
the
were
other
they were
islands. It's
really
not
in the
Oahu, it's one of
jungle.
the other islands. Oahu is the big island most tourists go to, but I think Kauai is
When you get to Hawaii,
secondary.
everyone goes Oahu.
Oh, what's wrong with going Oahu? That sounds like fun.
It is fun, and that's
Yeah,
why everyone's excited.
I went
Right
to Oahu
now,
once many
I don't know
years
what it's
ago, and
like.
it was great
Is it
fun.
cool to go to Hawaii right now? Are we allowed to?
I have
it's
no
like
idea.
it's like
It's been too long
California
since I've been
2.0 they've shipped so many homeless and drug addicts there. It's like California now.
Well, I'm a homeless drug addict. I should go there.
Oh, there you go. You can go on vacation.
Hooray!
I
Well,
paused
I
it
was there
here because
I was there in the
being a
late '70s as a teenager, and it was fantastic then. But that's like so many years ago. It's probably
yeah,
a
I
shithole
paused
now.
it here because being a movie geek, I have to mention Dennis Muren because he got his teeth in film with 2001: Space Odyssey, and he is the creator and inventor of IMAX and co-owner of. Right. So any big spectacular sci-fi movies, Dennis Muren was there. And there's a lot that he deserves credit for. He's passed. I believe he passed away now.
Here he was the ILM effects supervisor.
Yes,
Is
way
Dennis
up there.
Muren still alive? I have to check.
We got a
I
lot
thought
of
he
great
was still
talent on this
alive.
movie. I never realized.
I didn't know that Dennis Muren had passed away.
I hope I'm wrong.
People
I do too.
Eventually, Scotty.
But I got to check.
He earned 6 Academy Awards for E.T., Indiana Jones, and the Temple of Doom.
Dennis Muren is still alive, according to Wikipedia.
Good.
And he is 76 years young.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Right,
Not to. I just, I'm glad that you're a fan of Dennis Muren, as am I. He has made such a contribution to film, but I did want to make sure that he was still, on the same planet that I am, because
Well, I'm
he
glad
is an artist.
We learned he's still breathing because that's all. Because we just lost Major West, and Mark Goddard.
Well, and the great Stan Winston definitely passed away, but he still has a studio that lives on.
So it's always hard. When we lose our heroes, we have to give them a little minute of mourning, right? So to be
and that's the thing. Like and I hate to be melancholy and self-righteous or but this is part of the reason why I enjoy these conversations with you guys and girls, and we have a mutual love for this sort of source material, and ultimately all we have left is the conversations and the relationships that we have. I hope to be able to contribute something as sort of, I don't know, grandiose as the special effects that are provided for Jurassic Park. I want to. I don't think I'm qualified, but to be able to sit around and not sit around, I'll stand if you like, but to talk about them with you guys and just to be able to appreciate them. I'm glad that this is my stamp on the world. If you want to hear what it's like to be me after I've died, which I will, you can go on to the Phantasmagorium show or any Anti-Derivative Jill or any Star Trek the Animated Series on Pop Culture Curator. Like, I just think that it's so, like, having a legacy like this is incredible, and the artists that have provided it. I am just a barnacle who appreciates these works of art.
You're a barnacle. That's a very good way to put it, Scotty.
Well, so are you.
No, I don't mind being a barnacle because
neither do I. You can sit next to me.
I can attach to somebody like you and have fun.
Exactly. It's so fun, dude. Let's hug.
No, I just wanted to say you've brought up so many great points there, Scotty. And I know we're getting near the end of the stream because it's winding down. But I just got to say, I agree with pretty much everything you said. It's like there's so many of our heroes every year that pass on and they leave us and we mourn them and we pay our tributes on here to them to remember. Well, just like we lost David McCallum a few weeks ago and now we lost Mark Goddard, which hopefully we'll do a tribute sometime this
Suzanne
week.
Summers, right?
Suzanne Summers, yeah, a couple days
All
ago.
I've been doing is watching a GIF of her jump up and down.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty.
Well,
I used to have the Playboy with her in it.
That's good. I'm glad you guys are still enjoying her legacy.
Well, and the weirdest thing, and this is morose, but it's weird that she was part of Jiggle Television, and then she did pass away from breast cancer. There is an irony to that, and it is
Yeah,
a tragic irony. And but I still, like, she's still a sex symbol.
Well, you want an irony? My favorite all-time Australian band. This is going. I'll just take a minute. This is going way out there, guys.
Is it the Crocodile Hunter?
It was my favorite Australian rock band was called the Divinals, and they had
I touch myself.
Beautiful. Back in like 81 or whatever, when they first put out the first album, there was this the lead singer was called Christina Amphlett, and she was frickin' fucking gorgeous, drop dead.
Frickin'.
I would have cut off my right arm almost to make it with her because she was so cute, but I didn't, of course. But anyway, the thing was, it wasn't just her sex appeal; it was her fantastic voice on the album, and the great songs that the band wrote on those especially the first three albums, are fantastic. I'll probably post them on my channel one of these days. But it's like you just realize, when you're younger, that there's certain things of culture that you really, really love. And as you get old, she died from breast cancer like 10 years ago, of course, right? Because, that's just what happens in reality, as it did to my sister. So it's just like, as the years go on, you lose the things you love, even though you still love them, and you can still listen to the music, of course. But we lose the people we love. We lose the talent that we love, and I have no idea what the hell point I'm trying to make right now. But it's just like, I guess I'm trying to say we should value, treasure, and love and enjoy every minute of the people we do cherish when they are with us, and even when they are gone, we should still honor them.
And I don't mean to be flippant about it, but I will. And so if we do lose that which we love, what we should do is get some dino DNA, and then we recreate them through genetic manipulation. We make them all female, even Charles Bronson. And then we make a park off the coast of Costa Rica.
Have you learned nothing from this entire movie?
I don't learn. I do not learn.
You got to get permission from the family first, though, Scotty.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Thank you,
okay.
I appreciate it. I was just going to say I was. I was just going to say I was concerned about Gorilla.
I don't disagree with you, man.
So,
It's past midnight for him, and he has to work tomorrow. Good night, Gorilla.
Yeah. Good night, Gorilla. Have a good one, man. Sleep well.
Yep.
Thanks, Gorilla.
Everybody,
Okay,
and
hey,
everybody
subscribe.
everybody check out Gorilla's Random Thoughts channel. It's a fantastic. He's got a lot of content. He's very funny. And there should be a link in the stream elements in the chat area that pops up every now and then. He also co-hosts Gilligan's Island with me, which should be tomorrow night. If I'm not a fool, I will be there. So yes, definitely. And he's a wonderful guy. He's also on our Lost in Space streams on Mondays. So he also covers the Waltons, among other things. So yeah, a lot of stuff on his channel. Please check it out.
Well, absolutely. And I recently have been appreciative of your streams, of the Lost in Space streams and the Gilligan's Island streams. I do like it when you guys are hanging out, and so it's a good time.
It's fun. It's fun to do those streams. A lot of nostalgia there for older people. So if you're into 60s TV,
I
Yeah,
am
And
an
really.
old
Gorilla,
lady.
the difference is though, Gorilla and I are watching it for the first time, so it's a different
Yes.
experience for us because we didn't see it when we were children, so we have
Oh my
different
God.
ideas.
But
And
that's
it's
I
what
really
did.
makes it,
interesting,
Fun.
right?
that's what
And
makes it so great, is
yeah,
because
because
me
it's
and Pop
from an
have seen
adult,
it.
right? And we've seen it from a child perspective, but
Yeah.
they have seen it
Yeah,
from an adult perspective, which I like that.
yeah,
Well,
and
I
Bill and Jill have seen it from an adult perspective. That's what I love. Our opinions come together, and the weird thing is they kind of do mesh a lot of the time, don't they? We kind of all agree that an episode is like, A, B, C, or D or whatever, right? Which I find is quite hilarious, actually. It's a lot of fun.
but the weird thing about Lost in Space is that I did watch Lost in Space at the same time that I saw reruns of Get Smart, The Addams Family, Star Trek, Time Tunnel, like all of these things, like all the 60s television shows. And things fell through, but Lost in Space never connected with me. And I'm friends with Jill. She's on the panel for Lost in Space. And so I'm sort of, and I drop in from time to time to listen to your conversation. And I find your conversation about Lost in Space far more entertaining than the shows themselves.
That's good. Tell you the truth, Scotty, I gotta say there's a few episodes I would agree with you on.
Well, I don't want to fight about it because I don't want to make fun of anybody's happiness.
Oh
Like
no, the thing
they're
is,
amazing. I'm sure people would call me a screwhead for enjoying Get Smart.
there are episodes of Lost in Space that are definitely lesser than greater, and we have probably given those lesser ratings when they were well deserved, right, over the last number of months.
Oh man,
Uh,
I'm
but
so
hey,
looking forward. I'm
I'll tell you.
so looking forward to talking about The Way to Eden with Pop Culture Curator because I
Oh my
know he
God.
hates it and I love it for schlock.
Oh
And
my
so
good Lord.
we're gonna be like just seething at one another the entire time.
Actually,
So
it's like Spock's brain. It's almost so bad it's kind of enjoyable.
that's how I
No,
feel.
Spock's brain's not as boring.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
Spock's
true
brain
too.
has the drinking
That's my
game
main
too.
criticism with Way to Eden. It's just the boring, and
Well,
it's like 60s crammed down your throat and shoved in your eyes.
No, you
And
know
Don't
what I
worry, the
hate?
planet's
it
gonna
doesn't
kill him
date well.
anyway.
You know
exactly.
what I hate? You know what I hate
There
about
are
the Eden
thistles.
episode, Pop, is the guy who wrote it obviously hated the frickin' fucking guts out of hippies. Like he just loathed hippies, right? You can
Well, it's like
tell.
he didn't really understand them. It's like
Yeah,
somebody
he
who's
had
trying to
no
explain them who's
concept.
never really been there.
He had no concept of the 1960s happening all around him. So he's like, these hippie freaks are all a bunch of a-holes, and I'm going
They
to write them like a bunch of a-holes, and then they're all going to die at the end of the episode. And I was thinking, well, that makes
They were
sense, I
like, but
guess.
they're more like caricatures of hippies.
Edge
Oh,
of
they're
Time
totally
has a good
It
point.
is horrible. The one
Edge of
good
Time
part,
says,
Ooh, I
let's
better
make
get
a
caught up.
baby and head out.
Yeah, I better get caught up because Gorilla's not here.
oh shit,
Let's see, where are we?
Nemesis,
Gorilla's
who's your favorite Star Trek character from the original series?
GBB says, like the scene when Nedry gets eaten by the Dilophosaurus. I hope I pronounced it right in the book. It describes in graphic detail Nedry's demise. Well, I
It
need
sure
to read that
does.
book.
Yeah, you do.
I mentioned it earlier, I
GBB
think.
says, you do plan to wash your hands? And
I always
DBB is
wash my
laughing.
hands. I'm a jerk.
But when
Nemesis,
you
do
stick your hands into dino poo, make sure to wash your hands.
I
Well,
always
she
wash my
wears the
hands.
gloves. She wears like full length, arm length gloves. It's
Don't
great.
protect her
I'm a-
hand that
Well,
well.
I'm glad she haven't been carrying those around.
I'm a germaphobe. I wash my hands constantly. I know it's weird.
DBB says it's all Nedry's fault. And DBB says John Hammond had everything rolling smoothly, but his biggest mistake was hiring Nedry.
I'm fine with that.
Well, that's like you guys mentioned earlier. Don't leave all the
But
technology in the hands of one person.
But that's in the movie. In the book, it's much more intricate, and it is as Nemesis of Eden said. Is that it is a mismanagement. It's hubris. It is much more a statement of hubris versus against the natural world, and then that hubris is brought to find specialists who will reinforce. And he figures that he can bend them to his will. And he throws Oh, he spares no life, and he throws them all in the path of his avarice, his desire. And the movie definitely softens that, but the book is interesting, and I would recommend it if you enjoy reading and library.
I do, which I do. Edge of Time says, "Taste the justice." Edge of
Catch
Time
the
says, "I
flavor.
recommend Spinal Tap's Shark Sandwich. It's Canadian."
I enjoy shark.
Edge of Time says, "Every time I look in your eyes, I say, dig my grave, rest in peace."
I hear the halo say. Mm.
And Edge of Time
Angels?
says, "MFW cheat day is a piece of, is that a lemon?
Peach?
I'm not sure.
It's peach.
Piece of peach."
My feeling.
Lemon Pie says, "Duel Part 2, Eggnog Rain."
Bring it on.
Edge of Time says, "Water Buffalo, FML." And Edge of Time says, "I'm tired of the soup du jour. I want to end this prophylactic tour, Smart Patrol."
I want the soup of yesterday.
Edge of Time says, more like Jurassic Park.
More
Derp,
like Jurassic
OMG.
Derp.
Yeah, the soup from yesterday. All the ingredients have melded together, and it's very good.
Yeah, but if it's a cream soup,
Oh,
it's
shit.
going to be lumpy.
Oh.
I hope you're proud of yourselves, says Edge of Time.
I'm not.
And Edge of Time says, "Thanks, panel." Well,
Thank
our
you, Ed.
pleasure. It's always our pleasure.
Hail.
And Edge of Time says, "Peace." I believe that is.
No, that's a P with a peace sign and a P. That's a PvP right there.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Edge of Time says, "Take her with a pinch of salt."
I thought that there was cocaine in those salt shakers.
Beware. Edge of Time says, "If we were the Mad Magazine staff, I would be the guy who draws marginalia." Oh, you're talking about Leone. I always use Sergio Leone mixed up with
No.
Sergio
Oh.
Leone wrote the music for The Good, Bad, and the Ugly and other films.
No. That was
guy.
Winolists?
no. Sergio Leone was the director of Once Upon a Time in the West, and the
No,
music.
I remember.
Oh yeah, director. Sorry, I was getting confused
Right.
with the musical guy. Yeah, he
Right.
did.
Good, Bad, and the
for a
Ugly,
few
like Jill.
dollars more.
Right,
for-
the good, bad, and the ugly, the thing.
But
He
that's
did
it.
like
No, but when in Mad
Yeah.
Magazine, it was Sergio. Oh,
Menendez?
somebody, but it wasn't
No,
Leone.
not.
Yeah,
I'll find it.
Mad Magazine had a lot of great
It
illustrators.
is,
Actually.
but he's talking about
Aragonis.
That's the guy.
Sergio Aragonis. That's it. I can't. This is Sergio is what was throwing me out. That's it.
I used
Sergio
to collect
Aragonis.
that magazine for decades, and it was so good. Like it was so funny.
Edge of Time
God, it
gets
was
it
great.
with Gru the Wanderer.
Yeah, and then it died, and they canceled it, and I don't.
Yeah,
think it's
I
been
was.
around for
Yeah,
like
a friend of mine, mad scientist, and I were talking yesterday, and he didn't understand. We were talking about Wheel of Fortune, and I kept calling it Wheel of Misfortune. He's like, "Let me look that up. I haven't heard of that one. I've heard of Wheel of Fortune." And
I
said,
was a
"It's the
bigger
same
fan of the
thing."
Wheel of Fish.
Well, we were joking because Vanna White apparently is, I guess she's retiring, and she wants to, quote, leave that job to her legacy to her daughter. We're like, what? She calls that a legacy?
I think it's
Oh, well.
a legacy.
Oh, she's been there for like 40 years, so I guess it just
She looked like
And
a pets dispenser, and
the
she
only
had the talent
legacy
of her.
she's
She had
going to
the,
have.
I disagree with your assessment, but I understand how you could diminish.
But let's face it, that's been like what has that game show gone for like 50 years or something? It's nuts.
probably.
No, the
Late
80s. I think it
70s?
started in the 80s.
Yeah, 80s, 90s.
I would say
2000s.
Late
70s.
70s,
Remember,
late
70s.
70s, early 80s.
remember it started with
We're
Chuck
talking
Woolery.
40 years then.
Right, it
Did
started
it
with
start
Chuck
with
Woolery
Chuck?
first. Yeah, daytime Chuck Woolery, and then nighttime. The guy with the round head looks like a pumpkin. What is it, Pat Sajak?
Mike Pence.
Pumpkin
No,
Man.
Pat Sajak. No, Pat Sajak was the one who made it famous alongside
wow.
Vanna White. Like the entire brand was based on it, on their charisma and the way
Yeah,
that
it was
they
all
worked
about
it.
their charisma.
I always liked Jeopardy because I thought that Wheel of Fortune
Jeopardy.
was
That's what I wanted to
Right.
mention.
I thought Wheel of
Alex
Fortune
Trebek.
was for dumb people.
Alex Trebek was such a great host, though. I mean, totally Canadian dude. very polite,
and
very
smart. He came across as intelligent, unlike Pat
he'd come
Sajak and Dana
across. He's
White.
like, no, none of the contestants would ever put any bullshit across in Alex, right? He'd go like, I don't think that's an actual question or something, right? He'd challenge people. Oh, I
One of
love
my-
this show.
I always
One of my
considered him
favorite
naturally smart.
When
one of my
Alex
favorite
died from
interviews with
cancer-
Alex Trebek was he said he was talking to an entertainment show from Canada, and he was like, well, you know what? Some people come up to me and they say that Jeopardy's too hard. And I say to them,
Oh,
well,
I
do you
disagree.
know the alphabet? Tune in half an hour earlier. Wheel of Fortune is on.
Exactly,
Yeah.
where they have to spell out the answers to everybody because
It
they're
was-
so stupid. That's why I hated that show.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Alex Trebek's show was never stupid. It was really
No,
You had to know
that's
your
why they
shit.
had to. That's why they had the two usually side by side, one after the other, because it was like, okay, here's the smart people, we have Jeopardy. Here's the dumb people, we have to spell everything out. This is Wheel of Fortune.
And
Pretty much
that
balanced, didn't it? Yeah.
and
But yeah,
that
I
is
mean, I
my
remember with
review
Alex Trebek,
of
you'd have
Jurassic Park.
Some of
Is
those,
is
some of the
is that
categories.
Jeopardy is better than Wheel of Fortune,
I
They
enjoyed
probably,
both
you know,
shows.
they probably did have a Jurassic
but they
Park
were
category.
not as good as Jurassic Park.
They probably had a Jurassic Park category on Jeopardy, I bet, back then.
Probably once.
It was probably like, how many people got eaten by dinosaurs in the film?
Well, whenever something was popular, they would usually bring it up. So I'm sure they had an entire category for it.
I
When
bet
the
they
movie
did.
was
I
doing
bet they did Jurassic Park.
I'll take
episode.
game show hosts who went extinct due to cancer for 500, Alex. Alex? Oh no, Alex isn't
Alex
here
ain't gonna be
anymore.
there to
I
answer
guess I
you,
get $500.
Well, see, Wheel of
Alex ain't
Fortune
gonna
was
be there to
more
answer.
of it was more gambling, and
That's close.
Yeah, true.
Jeopardy is what do you know?
Okay,
That's
for any
cool.
of you old folks out there, do you guys remember the
You
original
know,
Wheel of Fortune? where
Scotty, he died, right?
He did
Yes.
die.
Yeah,
but
well,
for the Wheel of
he ain't
Fortune,
gonna
you guys
answer your damn question then.
for the Wheel of Fortune, do you guys remember originally when the contestants would win, they had to go shopping and buy a bunch of garbage that was like overpriced? Do you guys remember that?
I
In
don't
Wheel of
remember that.
Fortune?
Yes.
No.
And it was stuff like roller skates and furniture, and it was always like, because I knew Prices well. I used to watch Prices Right, so I was pretty good with
Oh,
Prices.
prices.
And then you'd watch
I
Wheel of
like Price is
Fortune,
Right.
right? Because of the good old Bob Barker. But on Wheel of Fortune,
Yeah,
they would
Bob was
win.
good.
On Wheel of Fortune, they would win money, and then they said, "Okay, let's go shopping," and then they would show this. It was like horrible stuff, like roller skates and furniture, and the stuff was like way overpriced, and they had to buy the stuff and spend all their winnings on it. But when they went to prime time at night, they dumped that part of the show. Thank
Thank
goodness.
God.
And
That
we'll
sounds
do it
really
on
dumb.
an
I don't
island
remember
off
that.
the
I don't
coast
think I
of
asked-
Costa
I ever saw
Rica.
not- I don't think I missed. I must have missed all those episodes.
That was
That's
the
really
Chuck
bad.
Woolery
Gila
days.
Costco.
Yeah, I missed that. That sounds really god awful.
It was the Chuck Woolery days. which
So
was
are
the
we,
daytime.
So, Pop,
Are
what
we
did
done
you
with
think of
the
the
Are we
film?
good with
part?
the Are we good with the Jurassic Park?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
we
stopped
should do
it here
final.
because I stopped it here
Yeah.
because I wanted to mention the great Stan Winston.
Anybody got final thoughts on the dinosaurs?
Right.
I already did my final thoughts for the movie a long time ago.
I don't
I
like
know, a half hour
dinosaurs.
ago,
Oh
probably.
shit! I guess there's no fucking.
I think
No, but
you know what I'm.
I wanted to mention these names that I've been stopping on because I think they deserve just as much credit as the director and the music and everything
Yes, sir.
else. I mean, Stan Winston, Dennis Muren, they were legends, and or still are for Dennis Muren. But Stan Winston, I mean, he goes back as he made masks for stand-ins on "It's a Mad, 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 Mad World" when he was young. So I mean, he did that. He did The Exorcist. I mean, Galaxy Quest, the movie Ghost Story. I mean, I can go on and on and on about Stan Winston. And you could tell when you're watching Galaxy Quest and you're looking at the aliens, not the Thermians, but the bad guys. I can't remember the name of the alien race. But you could see Jurassic Park in that makeup that the aliens wore. You can see the resemblance. And Stan Winston was a master.
Explain it to them.
Galaxy Quest is fantastic. I love that movie.
Right, Stan Winston was a master at mechanical effects.
Fabulous film.
So that's why you see here where it says live action dinosaurs. And they blended his live action dinosaurs with the CGI, and which made it seamless.
Nemesis of Eden.
Yes, Scotty.
Do you have
And
any
Phil
thoughts?
Tippett's another one.
What are you thinking? What do you
Oh,
want?
like what do you mean? My
Like, do you have
my
anything
thoughts on
that-
the movie are like A plus. You know, like it's remarkable. It was my introduction to horror as a kid. Action, adventure, horror. Like it's got it all. Great acting, great music by John Williams. Like everything that I've said before in the review stands. Like definitely, if you get a chance, check out the book. There are several different copies of the audiobook read here on YouTube. Illicit copies, of course, but who cares? Like it's
I don't.
still what I'm doing. Exactly,
I have a-
right? Like
Do you know who
I have a
reads
question.
it?
I have a question for you.
yes.
Have you seen Lex recently? Like what she looks like
Ariana
today?
Richards?
Yeah.
Yes.
She's pretty. She's
Yeah,
very
of course she
pretty.
is. Yes, she is.
I just want to extend my heart to her in not a weird way, but just to say I appreciate that she provided something to my youth, and I'm glad she got out of acting. And to see her today is like you did a good life. You didn't get all weird or creepy or weird. And so, yeah, no, she's a very successful and attractive woman. And she is, I wish her the most of success. And same with Tim. Tim is also doing well, although I think he's bald.
Oh,
I know. Don't
shame on
trust
him for
bald
that.
people, much
Nice.
like Captain Picard.
Oh, if I was bald, I'd just go with the Mr. Clean Picard look and just shave
Oh
it
no,
all off.
totes. Yeah, no.
Not-
If I were
right,
bald,
not
I
to
would.
Clint Howard.
I wouldn't
Right.
mind being bald at all. I think bald's kind of sexy, actually.
Oh, I
Tell that-
manscaped.
tell that to Clint Howard.
I'm bald beneath my belt line.
More information than I needed, but thank you, Scotty.
Well, I like to share. I like to share.
It's always good to share, even if when it's not. That makes no sense. Okay.
Edge of Time
Nah,
says
but I take it.
mocha latte, no whip with soy, and 2 espresso for Mr. Spielberg.
Holy man, Canadian.
Put that in
Spider.
your
Oh
work
my
things and
God.
smoke it. Sentences never heard, says Edge of Time.
Putting that. Oh,
Lemon
no.
Pie, nice coverage. Thank you, Pop and Panel. Our pleasure, Lemon Pie, and I'm glad you could join us. Edge of Time says you're only alone if you want to be.
Not true. I don't want to be alone, but I am.
Edge of Time, Skanksford memories. And DBB says applause.
That sounds like a Dean Martin song or something.
Edge of
Thank you
Time
for the
says
memory.
Skanks for the
Hasta la Pasta,
memories?
Nemesis.
Oh, it was thanks, not skanks, but it could have been skanks.
It was
Could've been.
Skanks.
I need
And,
7 skanks.
Edge
and
of
some
Time
I'm not
says
memories.
saying
Bond-
it though, because I don't want copyright stuff.
Fair
Edge of
enough.
Time says Bon Voyage. And see you later, Edge of Time. Thank
See you,
for,
Edge of Time.
being here.
There he is.
And thank you for dropping that link for Gorillas Renaissance Jill. Edge of
You're
Time says Arrivederci. And Edge of Time says next week, all frogs go to heaven. Edge of Time says let's make like a baby and head out.
Only if you've turned properly.
That's
Edge
what
of
all
Time
mothers
says,
want to
let-
hear
let-
when their baby's handing
Right,
out.
you don't want to be sunny side up.
Yeah.
Oh, that
You don't
that-
want
that
you don't
sounds
want legs
painful.
poking out of your vagina.
That sounds painful, girl. Jill.
It's
Edge of Time
not.
says let's make like a banana and split.
It sounds like
True.
heads up are probably the best.
Talk to the jazz hands at Edge of Time.
Waka waka
And
waka.
Sergio Aragones,
Gru.
Gru. Yes, that's it. Thank
I
you, Edge
remember
of Time.
Gru. Gru was awesome.
And Sergio, not only that though, he was in a lot of his drawings. He
Oh,
would
God.
add
That
himself
was
in
such
there
a
with
good
the big
magazine.
old mustache of his.
Yeah, maybe sad when Mad Magazine ceased publication. That sucked.
Pure compound neat sauce. Holy shit! Hey, Canadian Spider-Man, welcome. I found you all. This is where all the cool people are tonight. Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah,
Yes.
you found us too late, dude.
I love
Hello,
that. I got some
Canadian
really good.
Spider-Man.
You
Yeah,
should join
Spidey,
the panel, buddy.
I got some.
Hey,
good-
Canadian Spider-Man.
the chat, and the panel. I think we really hit gold tonight. Canadian Spider-Man says, "Wow, that panel must have blown your budget, pop culture, on shrimp and hockey tape." I'm glad because I missed my last couple streams, so this made up for it.
We're all so happy to be here, Pop.
Canadian Spider-Man, good evening, Edge of Time and folks. Lemon Pie says Canada Spider-Man. Sean Carter, good stream, everyone. Barely got home a few minutes ago. Well, I'm glad you could catch the end of it, Sean. And Canadian Spider-Man says, are we too late to discuss the difference between delicious chocolate Canadian Smarties available in huge tubes too big for Lizzo,
Yeah, Lizzo.
and
I thought
American.
Lizzo had 2 Z's.
No, she wasn't in the movie. Only her pile of poop was.
That was
And
her poo.
right, and American grows Smarty things, rockets. No one likes those. And
Thank you,
Canadian
Hive.
Spider-Man says, Lemon Pie and Sean Carter. Like I said just earlier, this is where all the cool people are hanging out. Absolutely. Sean Carter says, hey there, Canadian Spider-Man.
Well, and Pop, I do want to say, like, this is awesome just to be able to hang out and talk about a movie that we all enjoy and explore it. I know that I interrupted Nemesis Enforcer many times, but you and Pop, you and Nemesis of Eden are the biggest fans of this, and so it's a pleasure to be able to talk about this because it's something that I enjoyed enough to have the Blu-ray. And so I did get an opportunity to watch it, and this is great just to be able to hang out and talk about a movie with you guys, and I adore it. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you were able to make it, and I hope you could join us next week.
Yeah, dude.
What are you doing?
That's been awesome.
It really makes sense to love this movie because even though there are scary portions of it, it's also extremely there's a ton of magic in this movie in terms of how it holds up with the CGI and the effects and everything, and the music. It's just great.
It's lightning in a bottle.
Well, and a lot of that credit goes to Steven Spielberg. He had the absolute best production staff. The music, the animatronics, the CGI, the cinematography, everything. All those wonderful talents in one movie. That's very rare. That's also a testament to why the movie is so good and put together.
What is the movie next week?
The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Are you kidding?
I'm excited.
We're doing The Thing next week?
Absolutely. I would be, because we're in Halloween month, I would be a fool not to cover The Thing.
Oh my good Lord. I'm going to have to rewatch that one because that is one of my favorite scary movies of all time.
Right.
I
And
love
speaking
John
of,
Carpenter. Oh, man.
and all pre-CGI, all practical effects. So that's why it's good we're going from this movie to that movie, because that way we could show not the evolution of special effects, but because I guess we could have showed the Thing first, but the fact that it'd be the comparison between CGI and practical effects.
And you know what? One of my favorite things is that The Thing is one of the few movies that has wide regard, and there are no women in it, and so that's great. Because like when it comes to storytelling, who needs women?
Well, the only reason why it wasn't to be anti-woman is that's how the original story is. I read the original story. Who goes there?
Well,
and that's how the original story goes. So it wasn't to be cynical.
No, I just don't like women.
It's an outpost of men in the Antarctic, right? So of course they're all going to be males.
Like if I have a sex thing going on, I like women, but I'm just saying.
And the only lady you need in Devil in the Dark is the Horda.
I don't think
exactly. I would fuck a Horda.
Women. It's just, what makes the movie
God, you guys are hilarious.
Hello, Spidey. Good to see you.
Hi, Pop Culture. Thanks for having me on. You guys are hilarious.
Practical effects.
My pleasure.
Anyway, I'll shut the hell up, I guess.
Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, might as well.
No, but it's going to be great because it's also we're going to get something from John Carpenter, who's a master in his own right. So now we've got Steven Spielberg this week and John Carpenter the next, and I think that's fantastic. And I think we're blessed to have both of them. It is, and I think both of them. It's sad to say it because I'm huge fans of both of them, but I think they're long past the pinnacle of their careers. Because I don't I was going to say with Steven Spielberg, I think this may have been his last big movie. And John Carpenter, his last. What would you say was his last big movie? I mean, super big budget. Big Hollywood. I'm sorry, box office draw.
I would, you know what? It made a lot of money, but I would say Minority Report.
I know it has a lot of fans, but I'm not one of them.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of it myself.
What, about 20 years ago?
No, it was like 99 or 2002.
Yeah, like 20-something years ago.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
but
I meant by
If you do
passive.
this
math,
one
it's got
30
me
years
100%.
ago.
I'm
What
sure
do you?
Jill could
I don't
correct you on that
understand your
math.
But also,
criteria.
hello to
It's
Canadian
like 20
Spider-Man.
something years,
Hey.
man.
Hi, Jill.
I don't get me wrong. I thought Minority
will.
Report was. I have the DVD. I thought it's an interesting film, but it's nowhere near Spielberg's best. Not even
No,
close.
in terms of his best, I would say, like when it comes to Steven Spielberg, Spidey, what do you think is Spielberg's best movie?
Ooh,
Well, his biggest was
E.T.
E.T.
was
You
the
on the spot there,
first
Spidey?
movie I saw. Yeah, PvP. You probably remember 1982. It was the first movie I saw in theaters.
Are
Yeah,
you talking
I had
about
wanted
E.T. or something?
E.T. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's a great
Yeah.
film. Yeah.
No, that's interesting. That was your first Steven Spielberg experience.
It was my first movie ever.
Nice.
Wow, that's.
I had
gotta
won the
mean a lot
prize.
then.
I swear to God, as a Boy Scout, there was some sort of badge contest, and I won it. And the treat was to go and see E.T. And I'd never been to a movie before.
Oh my God, this is so good.
So yeah, that was.
So you got a
Cocoon.
badge and you watched a great film.
Honorable mention. Cocoon would be.
That's
my
so
number two.
cool, man.
Yeah, but that's produced by Steven Spielberg. It wasn't.
Well, I would say Cocoon would be Ron Howard's best movie, in my opinion.
We just watched my favorite.
Cocoon was a great film because there was a bunch of old geezers getting to have
Schindler's List.
a bit
Jill.
of youth again, right? If I remember correctly.
It was Wilford
I haven't seen the
Brimley,
goddamn
Don
movie in
Amici,
like 20 years, so I can't remember.
Jack
but
Guilford.
That was a fun movie. I mean, I didn't take it too
was. Maureen
seriously, but it
Stapleton.
was a lot of fun.
Oh, and I have to say, yes, it was a good movie, but Ron Howard, I wouldn't say he's top tier like the other directors we're talking about. I mean, Cocoon was his best, but I don't consider him top tier.
I do.
I used to really like him, but once he made The Grinch, that removed him from any of my liking lists.
Which
he lost
one?
all credibility.
You know the problem.
The Grinch.
With a lot,
Oh yeah, no.
He
Totally.
lost all credibility with me on that movie. All credibility.
What is it like? There's one Ford v Ferrari. Did he make that one? No. He made the.
That's a really good movie. I really
no,
like
but that wasn't Ron Howard. Like, come on, Apollo 13, great.
Oh, it was
film.
okay. That was paint by numbers. Anybody could have done that movie.
I disagree.
That's fine.
And then you've got Frost Nixon, which I thought was a tour de force in terms of performance. And then the reason that I'm getting Ford Ferrari mixed up is that there's one with Daniel Bruhl and Thor, and they play competing race car drivers. I forget the name of the film, but I really want to see it. I haven't seen it yet. And so I have no leg to stand.
Are you talking about that newer one that's based on the video game?
No, it's like 20 years ago. It's like 10 years
Talladega
ago.
Nights. Talladega Nights.
No, not the Talladega Nights.
That's my favorite.
Well, it's also my favorite.
Oh, we have a. I can't remember the guy's name, but okay.
Will Ferrell.
We have that's it. We have a Will Ferrell fan.
Frank Langella.
Not Will Smith.
Anyways, I'm gonna head out. So.
But why?
Thank you.
We're just getting started.
Because we finished talking about Jurassic Park.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah, dude.
Dinosaurs.
Well, thank you for helping
Dinosaurs.
me out.
Oh, dude, of course.
We appreciate it. I hope you had a good time.
I did. Thank you so much for letting me choose this movie. And thank you so much to all of the fellow panelists as well. Jill, Scotty, PvP, Gorilla, Canadian Spider-Man, and to everyone in the chat as well. And to all those who watched the rerun. Thank you so much for making it this far. And if you haven't, check out all of our channels. My channel Pops. Sub to everyone if you can. Everyone here is amazing. And thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. I really appreciate it.
You're the bomb. It's such a great time to hang out with you.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nemesis.
I agree. I love having him here.
Yeah, thank you.
You did a great job presenting this movie.
Thanks, Sam. I'm so sorry I didn't respond because I was having a sneezing fit a minute ago. So
next time you're in,
have a good one, buddy.
Next time you're in Ontario, you should drop by, buy me a beer and a taco.
Yeah, sounds good. Next time you're in Alberta, do the same thing.
Sounds like a fucking deal, yo.
I want
All
all
right.
you guys to come to BC and buy me a taco and a beer. That would be great.
I'll
man.
get Nemesis. We'll go west,
I'm
and
not
I'll
It'll
get
be a road trip.
Nemesis,
I'm not
and
greedy. I'm not greedy at all.
this will work out. This will be great.
Sushi and a beer.
Well,
Yeah.
Spider-Man's already
Oh
here in
no,
BC,
Canadian
so he's not
Spider-Man.
too
We'll
far
pick
away.
you up. You get sushi. This is gonna be a Canadian
Yeah,
road.
you'll hit me just before pop culture or
I need
before
some taco.
PvP.
Man, Jill's convinced me that tacos are the way to live because she was doing some breakfast ones on Sunday. So
Well, if you're
Don't
close
forget
to
the
Mexico,
I need
cannabis.
tacos.
I don't know how
Anyways,
good
guys.
taco-
Bye-bye.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Nemesis.
Good
Have a good
night.
sleep, man.
See you
Good
next
night.
week.
Me too. Stay
Nighty.
amazing, everyone.
Nighty.
Yeah, I don't know how good the tacos are that far up north, because I know they're good
I
down
can
here
make
close
great
to the Mexican
tacos. I have
border.
the taco shells. I have the
Yeah,
cheese.
but I mean the ones made by Mexicans.
Oh, I don't.
Those are-
no.
'Cause, you know, we can all make tacos at home, but
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody be able to recreate the ones that are made by Mexicans. That like
Well,
to
I
come
make
out of
everything
taco
at
trucks
home
and
because
stuff.
I'm too cheap to spend like $50 or whatever for.
But
No, they don't spend.
the key is in the tortilla. You've got to have a nice fluffy good tortilla. And if you
Homemade,
just
right?
yeah, right. If you get processed, tortilla, it's going to be too tough and it's not going to be good.
Oh.
So just like the rice is super important for sushi, the tortilla
Mhm.
is the key for a
Oh,
good
damn.
taco.
Well, and
I'm too
also
drunk.
you have to
I'm
have
too
carne
much to
asada
envy.
and not ground beef. There's also it depends on how it's put together as well. Some of them also use cabbage on their tacos instead of lettuce.
Mm-hmm. Pickled cabbage.
No,
What?
too much vinegar
That's
and do-
crazy talk.
It's
I
Mexican.
have no hope in hell of getting a good taco. I'll have to fly down to Jill's place one of these days, a couple years from now, and say, "Take me to a taco restaurant, Jill."
But my grandma did put cabbage in her menudo, but not in the taco.
Never heard of it in the taco. That's
It's probably
interesting.
not going to happen, but it's fun to think about.
Jill, have you heard of Rico tacos?
No.
Ooh.
Okay, they're small and tiny, and a lot of them tend to have but they basically have carne asada, the salsa, and cabbage, and these are the main ingredients.
Oh yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Those are great.
Right, they come like on 4 or 5 on a plate.
Mhm.
Wow.
Like real Mexican tacos.
I'm getting really hungry.
Yes.
now.
Those are
You get
delicious.
in
Right,
Mexico.
right. The less English they speak, the better the tacos.
Damn,
And
I'm
they
getting
make the tortillas in front of you
By
As
hand,
they're
you see them patting them
cooked
together
meat.
by hand, right?
by hand, or they have a wooden press that they've been using for a dozen years.
I
Damn.
love how you can drive down the streets in the morning and all you smell is tacos everywhere,
I
or
know,
tortillas,
restaurants
the homemade tortillas.
Yes, or carnitas.
Yes,
That's good.
I could live off. I could eat. If somebody said, if there's one ethnic food you'd have to stick with for the rest of your life, it would be, for me, I would say definitely Mexican. I know I've gained a lot of weight, which I need to do at this point. But yeah, I mean, I like Italian, I like Mexican, I like all kinds, but Mexican would be the one I would choose if I was on a deserted island.
Really?
Yeah, my top ones would be Mexican, Italian. Actually, I really like Greek and Lebanese too. I've had those, and they're really awesome, guys.
Yes.
Really awesome. So that'd be in my top 4. I have
You
no
know,
idea what my top 5.
The Things is lemon pie.
No, The Thing's a great movie.
Sean Carter's is Reject.
You're
You would
doing
have
that
to
one
be
next week.
Japanese.
Well, I don't even need to rewatch that because that one's burned into my brain cells.
Red Jack.
Sean Carter says War of the Worlds was a huge budget for him. Yeah, budget, or you mean box office success? Because I read the book. I'm a big fan of War of the Worlds, and I like the original. I'm a big fan of the author.
Campbell.
Thank you. I kept thinking EG, but it's HG. H.G. Wells, and I don't know maybe if Tom Cruise hadn't have been in it, maybe if the little kids hadn't have been in it, that would have changed it and it would have been a much better movie.
Yeah.
The original 50s War of the Worlds is way better, Pop.
It
I didn't
is,
care for the
and
Tom
as
Cruise.
soon as they, and
I
I
watched
hate
it,
to be
but
the
it was like, man, it's okay, but not the same.
right, and I hate to be the one to bring up kids again, but it ruins a movie like that because as soon as you look at the movie poster on the outside of the theater, well, this isn't going to be scary. Everyone's going to come out just fine without a scratch. And I wanted to be scared for that movie. The only thing I appreciate about War of the Worlds, Steven Spielberg's version, was the fact that he had the tripods that were right out of the story, and that's the only credit I can give it. Other than that, it was I think a bad remake, and I hate to
Yeah,
be
I didn't
disrespectful to
enjoy it.
Steven
I thought
Spielberg.
the 50s was way, way better, to be honest for myself. So.
Sean Carter says some would say Poltergeist was his best movie, but he wasn't officially credited. No, Toby Hooper. But there's that big debate going on where the Toby Hooper was supposed to be the director, but he was. They say he was so high on cocaine that Steven Spielberg had to step in and take over a lot of the directorial duties.
I still think Poltergeist is weak. I mean, I would go with E.T. You know, some even like Empire of the Sun. I love that movie, Empire of the Sun, in the late '80s.
Empire.
That is a fantastic film.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
saw that in the theater,
Mhm.
and there were people. I was doing my art school stuff then, and people were going, "Oh, Spielberg sucks. He's a hack." And I was going, "Go to the theater where I just
Mhm.
watched Empire of the Sun, and tell me if he's a hack." And so a couple of them actually went and watched the film, and they came back to me the next week, and there was like, "That movie is fucking great."
But there are
He's
some
no
under
hack.
the
That was a
there are
great
some under the
film,
radar movies. Like you get Always or
Always was good. I was going to say that too. Yeah.
Yes.
The
Yes.
Color
John
Purple,
Goodman.
John
Every
Goodman,
once in a
and
while, you got
Richard
to stand
Dreyfuss.
up. I do
Richard
think
Dreyfuss.
Spielberg's become a hack in recent years, but back in those days, he made some great films.
I don't
Well, he
Yes.
got
think
to
that.
the point where all he was doing was chasing Oscars, and then
Yeah.
that's when I don't know. I kind of tuned out
Have you have
because
you have you got all of you guys seen Empire of the Sun though? I just got to
I
ask a
have
question.
not.
Empire. Yes, Empire.
Yes.
It's a
And
great film.
won Oscars or was
It's
nominated.
Mhm.
it's very tough minded, very down to earth about actual history that happened. Back when I guess the Imperial Army was attacking China, and it's a very tough
Well,
film about how
I want to see.
the
I want to
British
see
citizens
Munich.
lost
I
all
haven't
of their
seen
perks,
Munich.
and they got treated like shit.
Mm.
And it's
Nor have
very,
I.
and it even brings the nuclear bomb into the end, which I thought was incredible. So
Amistad,
it's a
like
damn good film.
his follow up to Schindler's List, Amistad.
It's
Sort of-
almost as good as
Don't forget, it was
Schindler's.
also
It's a very
it was
serious
also
film.
it was also the introduction of Christian Bale.
Oh,
True.
Christian Bale. Yeah, he's like 13 or something.
Yeah, he was a little kid back then.
He's very
Well, in
young.
Lincoln, like some people don't like Lincoln. I like Lincoln.
Well,
Bale
it
is
is.
really
It's one of
good.
his right. That's what I'm saying. That's when he was chasing Oscars. I'm not saying it was a bad movie, but if it's like a historical docudrama. I'm used to what I grew up. Made me a fan of Steven Spielberg was his genre movies. Raiders of the Lost Ark and Jaws, Jurassic Park, and then when he started chasing after the Oscars, I don't know.
Well,
Schindler's
thing
List
is,
was okay, but
it's
I
based on
understand. I understand where you're coming from in terms of qualifying it as chasing Oscars, but I think that it is. I think that when it comes to Steven Spielberg's later years, he tried to do, and he was so huge that he was trying to do a one for you and one for me situation, and so he was making the blockbusters or trying to, like with his subpar War of the Worlds, with Minority Report, which was when that came out, I thought it was going to be as good as Blade Runner, and it was not. But I think that while he was doing that, he was trying to exert an artistic vision for what he wanted to leave behind, as opposed to being just a Michael Bay.
Well, the thing is, I have the
Like
DVD
Michael
of that.
Bay can't chase Oscars.
oh no, he can just make explosions go boom
I
boom.
do have
Exactly.
I do
But
have the
Spielberg is good enough to actually chase Oscars. So while he does so, I admire his pursuit. And also, he kind of won some.
if
All
I
right, but
may.
go ahead, PvP.
I just wanted to agree with everything Scotty said. I do have the DVD on my shelf here of Minority Report. I think it's an actually very good film. I think, frighteningly, it predicted a lot of the stuff that's actually happening to us now, as fellas like personal information and scanning like your eyes
Yes.
and whatever. Like that's very freaky. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
heavy
but remember
strike.
that came out after Retina Scan on Traffic-Con.
No, maybe it did, but still, it's early, right? It's early stuff, and I do
Oh, I
have to
know.
give him a bit of credit for throwing that into the movie. Um, I guess it was J.G. Ballard or something that wrote the original story. Um,
Philip K.
but yeah,
Dick
was it Philip K. Dick? Okay, I get
for
them mixed up.
Minority Report. Yes.
But it's a good film. I don't think it's a classic by any means. I like a lot of his other films better, but I have to give him credit for making the attempt to put out something that'll make people at least wake their brain cells up and think about something, right?
Right,
So
but I can give you two examples of where I can, right in front of your eyes, where I can say you can see how Steven Spielberg lost his touch, and that was Ready Player One and the big G, whatever that one was with the giant. I mean, that
Oh
was an
yeah.
absolute box office bomb. That's what I mean by you could tell he lost his touch. He got to the point where he can't do genre movies anymore
But didn't you?
successfully.
Oh well, yeah.
I have never heard of those Pop. So
For Ready Player One, I read the book, and
So
he
did I.
directed the movie, and it's like I don't know. I thought when I heard it was announced that he was going to direct the movie, I thought, oh my god, it's the best thing ever. It's going to be Steven Spielberg's return to form, and it was like, oh, and then after I'm watching it, and I'm going, oh my god, what is this? And it's like, no,
yeah,
he's
I
lost it. He just lost his
I haven't
touch.
watched Spielberg in so many years. So
I just
Those
don't
are
want to. I just don't want to dismiss him as being an also ran or a burnt out or an Oscar chasing hack. Like I do think that he is worthy of reverence. Like Steven Spielberg is
Because
quite.
that's why we're here tonight. Is the
Yeah.
reference of it.
that's
right,
what
but he lost a lot of credibility, guys. Remember, he's the one that brought J.J. Abrams to Hollywood.
let's
Don't
put it
forget
this
that.
way.
I will never
If he
forget
did
that.
that, then oh
I
my
have
god.
I have
Then
Yeah,
very
kill him.
he's
Kill
the
him with
one, right?
fire.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then don't piss on him when he's on fire. Exactly.
I have
No, I
very
don't think that's a
I have
thing.
very extremely strong feelings about great directors because in my life, because I'm older, a lot older than most of you
Yeah,
guys,
no, I
if
know.
all of
You're
you.
87 years old. I know.
No, I'm 65, but I'm old enough to have witnessed. I mean, I can remember when I was born in '58, the Russians launched the Sputnik missile, which
Sputnik.
started the arms race. So it's like, yeah, I've been around and I know a few things. But anyway, I just want to talk
Doesn't
about
doesn't
movies.
seem like it.
Um, it's like people like Steven Spielberg, I think are great. His early stuff is fantastic. But as the years went on, he turned into a hack. And I will put that in a comparison to other directors. Um, Stanley Kubrick, probably my favorite director of all time. I loved him. I loved him for many decades. Even his early films were kind of weird and quirky, right? And not really quite realized. They were still obviously the vision of a man that was very focused and had an intelligence behind the films. When I saw, the last couple, what was it? The Vietnam one. Can't remember the damn title. The Vietnam one, though.
Saving Private Ryan, or no? No, you're talking
No,
about Stanley Kubrick.
it's Kubrick.
Right, Full Metal
Full
Jacket.
Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket. I watched that and I thought parts of it were brilliant. But the first half, when that soldier eventually blows his brains out or whatever,
Yeah.
I was disgusted. I just thought this is not. I can't relate to Kubrick. And the last half in Vietnam was better, but still there was so much carnage and stupid shit. It
In
just
Vietnam.
Yeah, I was
no,
going to
but
say
I
it
mean
is Vietnam. The subject.
it was like
Yeah,
I
that war
thought
was
Kubrick
for
just
that
lowered
kind of thing.
himself with some of the mindless violence in the second half of the film, and as much as I could admire the artistry in some scenes, overall the violence just turned me off and it lost me.
Well,
And
I
then
hate watching a war movie with violence.
So, Canadian
Well, that's
Spider-Man,
not
I
one of that,
wanted
right?
to thank
that's
you
not
for
my point. I can love a war movie with violence if it has a purpose, but this didn't seem to, right?
I disagree with you.
Well, that's why
The reason
we're
I
in a
disagree with you is
democracy.
because the senseless violence is what punctuates the futility of the
Oh,
war.
maybe Kubrick's making a
As the
point.
director was,
I'm not
yeah.
disagreeing, but that's not the way I felt it when I watched it.
Well,
And then
PvP,
my
then what do you think
last,
about Clockwork Orange? If you don't
I
like
love
senseless
Clockwork.
violence.
Clockwork Orange is fantastic. I love that
Well,
film.
yeah, but I mean senseless violence.
Yeah, it's totally sensitive violence, but it has a point because the point is, what's the difference between senseless violence from a private citizen or senseless violence from the state?
Well, which one's more believable? Of senseless
Well,
violence from the citizen or senseless violence
I
from the
think they're
Vietnam
both
War?
horrific. I think anybody who wants to talk about it should rewatch the film because I love that film, and to this day, I don't know which is better. They
Well,
seem
let me
both
ask you this.
horrific.
Okay, but did his career wane and go down? I mean, his last movies
Oh hell no!
were
Hell no.
AI and Eyes Wide Shut.
Oh,
He
hell
did
no.
not
I
direct
like
AI.
No, after
He did
No,
not
he,
direct
he
AI.
was,
That
no,
was
he was working on
that
it when he
was a
died.
Spielberg movie.
No,
No.
AI. He shot half of it at least, and he died.
No,
and
he
Spielberg
didn't.
took
No,
over.
he didn't. He developed it, but he did not shoot a lick of it.
After he did that film in '71, he went on to do The Shining. Was the next film,
It's
which is
pronounced
another
shinning.
huge box office hit. I saw it in the theaters. It was huge. I saw it like 3 times, and the theaters were packed. Theaters were packed every time because it was so popular. So yeah,
Well,
I mean,
But I'm saying, even if we developed AI, we all see what kind of movie that was. So, I mean, would
no,
you say that?
AI was not directed. Kubrick had died when AI was made.
But he was
Kubrick
working
died?
on it.
The thing is, okay, I'll give you the background from what I know, if I have a minute.
Oh, good, a long story.
The film AI was the last project that Stanley Kubrick was working on, but unfortunately he passed away and died when he was working on the middle of it or whatever. But I think it could have been a fantastic film if he'd lived. But I remember reading somewhere that Kubrick knew his days were numbered. He knew his health was failing. So he got on the phone and called Stanley Kubrick and told him, I don't think I'm going to be able to make
Steven
this
Spielberg.
film. Yeah, Spielberg. That's what I fucking said.
No, it's not. When Kubrick
You
was
said that
dying,
Kubrick called Kubrick.
yeah. So when Kubrick was he had been developing AI for a
Oh my
long
God.
time, and he collaborated with
Let's
Steven
draw this out
Spielberg.
more.
Well, you're the one who's getting things
I
wrong.
make mistakes. Do you never make mistakes? You guys are
I've
so
never
perfect.
made a
I love you.
mistake.
I
No.
love you. You're so perfect. Anyway, he made the phone call and he said, Stan, you got to finish this movie for me.
Stan.
Stan.
They probably
Stan
did.
I would love to
Stan
be on
and
a
Ollie.
first name basis with
You
Stanley
gotta
Kubrick
think
and be
they
like,
were
"Hey,
probably
Stan."
like buddy at this point, right? Because they worked together probably for years and years.
True.
My point is, he
Yeah.
probably said, Stanley, I don't think I got many weeks left to live, and you've got the full treatment for the storyline. I've been working on this sucker for a couple years. I would love to finish this project, but I ain't gonna be here. But as one of the few directors I trust to give it a half-assed try to make a good film out
And
of
that's
this,
what we got out of it.
I think it's a damn good film. The thing is, I think the first half is totally Kubrick, right? It's totally Kubrick. I love the first part. And then for the last 40%, it switches totally into
Spielberg territory.
Spielberg.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
It turns into a
it's
fairy tale.
It's
Right.
a very weird
I don't
dichotomy
mind
kind of
that
film,
though. I
right?
think it's kind of neat.
I
But
love
I
it.
do
I love
have
it.
to go. I
I
you
understand
guys are
it's
so
late.
great, and
Yeah, it's
I
late.
love you all. Thank you so much for having me
Aw,
here.
thank you,
Well,
Jill.
You're
thank
great.
you, Jill.
Love you,
I
Jill.
am great.
You made the
Yeah,
show
good
all the
night, Jill.
better. Yeah, thank you, Jill.
Good
I
night,
appreciate
and you're welcome.
Have a good
Thank
one
you
there,
for
Jill.
having me here, and thank you so much, Canadian Spider-Man, for cluing me into the existence of chocolate Smarties. I've known about regular Smarties, but I didn't know they came in chocolate form.
Oh,
Neither did
But
I.
I do have to go,
different flavors,
and I'll
Jill.
see you guys later. Bye bye.
Well, you
Jill,
never know what
good
might
night.
show up to your house for Christmas.
Jill, did you say the thing?
You're great. I'm great.
So I gotta go too. Oh my god, I got an appointment. I gotta leave too.
Okay, go have a smoke
All right.
there,
Okay.
Scotty.
Good
Bye.
night.
All right.
And Jill, you want to
Night.
shout out your channel real quick, Jill?
Oh, sure. My name is Anti-Derivative Jill. I have a channel of the same name where I like to celebrate science fiction too. And I like to hang out with other people who like it, like Pop Culture Curator and Scotty R37 and anyone else who likes to join me there. I talk about Star Trek, the original series, on Tuesdays right now, still going through season 3. I hope season 3 lasts forever, so I never have to stop reviewing Star Trek. Of course, I know that's going to end and I'll have to move on. But then on Fridays, that's kind of my free range show. I can watch any kind of movie or TV show or any kind of topic I want to have.
And what are
Doesn't
we
matter.
talking about on Friday?
Star Trek.
Yeah.
Of course.
But
Why not?
Enterprise, but Star Trek Enterprise. A creepy episode called Dead Stop with Ben from Cinema Gulp, and PvP will be there too.
Love Enterprise.
Yeah,
Amazing.
yeah. Oh, hey, do you want to watch Dead Stop, Spidey? And
If
and you can,
if I'm not pouring concrete, yes,
yeah. If not, you can listen.
I sure can.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
make smart ass comments from the chat.
That would be amazing. I like that
Awesome.
because you're so funny.
Oh, well, sometimes. Thank you.
Mhm.
So are you guys.
Thanks.
You crack the chat up.
And I'm just so happy that you covered one of my favorite films from my childhood. So thank you, Pop and Nemesis and Scotty, PvP, and
Oh,
everybody.
my pleasure. I'm glad you could join us, Jill. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Good
Good
night.
night.
Bye. Can I plug my stuff now?
Please do.
I am Scotty R37. You can find me on Twitter at Scotty R37. I am lucky enough to review Star Trek on Jill's channel, as she just outlined. I'm also a guest on Cinema Gulp. There's a bunch of stuff that we did recently. We did a Stephen King retrospective. We talked about, oh, my stars. It was Cujo, Christine, and The Dead Zone, all from 1980 something or other. And it's a great video. Go check that out. And then also, I am on the Phantasmagorium, and we've been anticipating the John Hamm season of Fargo. And so we're looking forward. We covered the movie. We're going to do the first season before we get to the 5th season, but it's an anthology show. And so we can do it in any order that we want, as long as we maintain the order of, or as long as we keep the seasons encapsulated. So we are, we're having a fun time with that. Just watching stuff that we enjoy.
Perfect. And I do have to back that up by saying the series is great and it holds up as good as the movie. The movie is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And if I remember, I think I've seen 4 seasons of Fargo, and I think the first one was with Billy Bob Thornton, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. Everybody, you got to be there for that amazing performance by Billy Bob.
Well, and you're more than welcome if you want to join in.
I'll do my best to be there because that sounds like something I would definitely enjoy.
Cool. Well, and that's the thing, is that I enjoy this community. I enjoy being able to talk about stuff. I don't like shitting on shit. I like talking about stuff that we like. Is exactly why I was here tonight for Jurassic Park, because it's an amazing movie, and I am so pleased that you let me come on and play. So thank you. PvP, you're a good man. Canadian Spider-Man, you also. Very good
Good
man.
to see you.
And Pop Culture Curator, I appreciate you having me on. I will see you
Pleasure
guys.
was all mine, sir.
I'll see you in the future, guys.
Yep, have a
All
good
right,
night.
you take care.
And bye, chat.
Yep, we don't want to forget about the chat. I think I've been trying to cover most of it. Eggnog fueled Canadian road trip. And I know Sean says grilled carne asada, cilantro, lime, and onion. That's all you need, and a beer. I completely agree. I can eat that every night. Sean Carter, my wife is from Mexicali. I'm a lucky dude when she decides to cook. LOL. Yes, you are. I always wanted to marry a Mexican, and I never had the opportunity. Oh, I'm talking budget, not necessarily success. The discussion was about big movies he made. Oh, now we're talking about what I was talking about, budget versus success. Well, I'm talking about budget, not necessarily success. The discussion was about big movies he made, and that one popped into my head as a pretty big tentpole movie, but it didn't do well. No, it didn't. Sean Carter says, "Hey kid, want a Hershey bar?" And then step into my van. Spider-Man says, "I've never seen American Graffiti, but I bet it's good." Spidey, it's
Is it
a
one-
drama. So I'll cut right to the chase. It's a drama.
Oh,
So
okay.
don't expect it to be like a comedy or action, or because I know it's George Lucas. So a lot of people, when they hear about it, they're going to think of Star Wars and Indiana Jones and all that. But it's a drama, and it's based on his childhood in Modesto, California. It's similar to, now remember it's a drama, but it's similar to the old comedy series Happy Days.
Oh, okay. Well, I watched that growing up.
Yep. Sean Carter says, but don't expect like a comedy. I want to emphasize that. It was a lot of, obviously, movie stars that were on their way up. And it was a good movie at the time, very successful, obviously. But
Yeah, it was made for not a lot of money, I think, too.
right. It's he made THX 1138, which gave him barely enough money to make American Graffiti. But that was really exploded, which gave him the money to make Star Wars, obviously. Sean Carter says, "I didn't find anything in Full Metal Jacket funny. The humor in that movie is coming from the characters who are trying to cope with their situation." And Sean, that I agree with, but I laugh every second that Arlie Ermy is on the screen because I was in the military and I can appreciate and understand from that point of view of a drill sergeant. And I'm saying full respect for the actor because obviously he was a real drill sergeant in real life. And he almost sells that movie. Because we all know the history behind it, where originally he was just supposed to be a consultant, and then when he started doing his thing, Stanley Kubrick said, "Fire the actor who's going to play the drill sergeant, and you just do it. You just get there in front of the camera." And then entire scene in the barracks at the beginning of the movie where he just goes from one person to the other, just lambasting them. That was all ad-libbed, and that would go down in cinematic history as absolute genius. Canadian Spider-Man. What's that? Sorry about that, Spidey. What's that?
Yeah, on the part of the actor as well as the person who decided to hire him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was Stanley Kubrick, and it was funny because he would tell Arlie Ermy or tell the actor what to do, and Arlie Ermy would just go off, and he'd fire the actor and say, "Forget it. You just stand here in front of the camera and do it." And that's how we were all introduced to Arlie Ermy, and he was himself was an excellent man and also very funny. He did comedy as well as, I remember he was in The Frighteners, and he was hilarious in that movie. It's like, I don't know. He really bordered on, he was scary. Well, for a lot of people, he was scary in Full Metal Jacket, but I was in the Air Force when that movie came out, and we were laughing when we saw that because he was like the perfect stereotype of a drill sergeant. But most people, it scared them. He was a little too much. But he softened up, and I can't remember what the name of the movie is, but he did a comedy with Jack Black where they kidnapped Neil Diamond, and it was a funny movie. Canadian Spider-Man, this is back when Jack Black was funny. Canadian Spider-Man says, "Senseless violence can be awesome." Roadrunner, for example. I agree with you, Spidey. I'm not going to argue. I love senseless violence. I was telling people.
Roadrunner.
Yeah, when I did the Blob last week, I was telling everybody how I like stampede scenes. I like people getting ran over by other people.
Yeah.
I like watching car crashes on YouTube. Edge of Time says, "Don't freebase the Nog." That's a warning for you, PvP, if you're still there.
Dude, I love Nog.
Lemon Pie says, "Goodbye, Scotty." Yeah, me too. I haven't had Nog in years, but I think I'm going to try it this season. Edge of Time says, "Good night, John Boy." Edge of Time says, "Stay on the naughty list." There you go. And Lemon Pie says, "Scotty is always naughty." Sean Carter says the original actor who was the drill instructor played the helicopter gunman later in the movie. Oh, in the same movie. I don't know if I remember that. I need to watch it again. And Edge of Time says, "I hope you know this will go down in your permanent record." I can't believe I can't remember that name because I remember that the movie I'm talking about is where they kidnapped Neil Diamond. And a friend of mine was telling me about it. And I was thinking, "Oh, that sounds terrible. That sounds terrible." And it was actually a very funny movie. So yeah, if you want to see Arlie Ermy squatting in the bushes and taking a crap, yeah, then you want to see that movie. And the name has something to do with one of Neil Diamond's songs. So, but I can't remember. It was a long time ago. I'm sorry to get off topic. That's not exactly about horror and sci-fi. So, Scotty, favorite horror movie that scared you?
He might answer in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant Spidey, not Scotty.
Yeah. I don't. Well, this is.
I finally got you on my horror panel. You always ask everybody that question when they first come on.
In Canada, Ghostbusters, when it first came out, was classed as a horror movie and broke all kinds of records. But really, that's my favorite horror, because parts of Ghostbusters, when the arms came up and grabbed Sigourney Weaver, as however teenage old boy I was, scared the bejesus out of me.
I know. I'm glad you brought that up because I had the same point when I bring up that movie, and people argue with me because they like the new one so much, they forget and they think the original Ghostbusters was a comedy.
No,
and I keep trying to say, well, the new Ghostbusters, I know you like it so much, but that's more of a comedy. And now that they've got little kids running the show, it's more like the Goonies.
Exactly.
So what do you think about the new remake?
I own it. Afterlife, yeah, I think it's Ghostbusters number 3 in my opinion, and I would have liked to have seen the original cast in it a little more, but overall, I thought it showed respect to the original Ghostbusters, and the writing was good. There wasn't too many plot holes that I noticed. The actors were good. I liked it. Overall, I liked it. But the original was a horror movie. The librarian at the very first opening scene, we're in the library and the librarian turns around and freaks out, and the books go flying everywhere. That was scary shit in the day.
That's what made the movie so good. The first 20 minutes, around 20 minutes, was straight up horror.
Yes.
I mean, if it had been a straight up comedy, we wouldn't be talking about it to this day, I don't think.
Even the music, even the soundtrack started out. Remember when Peter, I think the opening scene, if I recall, is Peter Venkman walking across the university campus courtyard and there's spooky music playing. And yeah, that was a hell of an opening 20 minutes. You're right.
And I think the soundtrack you're talking about, the guy who did the music was the same one that did Animal House. I'm trying to remember his name.
Oh,
but he was a big... Right. I'm not talking about the Ray Parker song. I'm talking about the soundtrack, the music.
Yes.
The orchestral soundtrack, right.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember his name, but that guy worked with Alfred Hitchcock. I'll remember the name later on. But so my question for you is, now that there's little kids, the movie centers around little kids, don't you think it's going to lose that horror hard edge that the original movie had?
Yes.
Because kids can't be in danger, you know?
That's right. So maybe if they do a sequel to that, they should step it up and make it more like the original. I mean, Star Trek movies, they had their ups and downs and, going from movie to movie, so the Ghostbusters franchise can have different takes on the theme, but I'd like to see them, like you said, return to the original Ghostbusters movie, which was pretty damn scary.
Right. Like, remember now we had the scene with Dan Aykroyd's character getting a blowjob. I mean, can you imagine them putting something like that in this new movie that's centered around little kids? They changed the dynamic so much. I just don't see that happening, in my opinion.
In Canada, if they made it now so that it was a trans cross-dresser doing it, then maybe they would show it to kids.
That's true. Yeah, especially if it was little kids, right?
Sadly,
don't give them any ideas, I guess, right?
Oh shit! I think I just did give them an idea. I'm sorry.
I think what did help that movie, Afterlife, was the fact that we had Reitman involved for most of it. The original director and the original cast came in with some of their ideas. Dan Aykroyd.
I'm sorry, wasn't it the son of the original director?
Both of them. Yeah, Dad. The son was the director, but Dad was there on set pretty much for most of it.
And that gives it credibility, doesn't it?
Yes, it did. And now the dad's gone, so this will be the full movie without Ivan Reitman. It'll be just Jason Reitman.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just to me it's like somebody said, well, but we not even Ghostbusters. We agree, but we think that's a little too rough for modern day audiences. So we've got to have a bunch of uh, kids. We've got to have a bunch of kids and make sure they're all diverse. It's
Oh,
like that was the
geez.
first priority before they wrote the movie, in my opinion.
Yeah,
And that just
everything
really
is for kids nowadays. No,
right
there
because
are some of us who don't have kids, who don't
well,
really like
right.
kids.
But not only that though, but what they're doing now, not only with Ghostbusters, but most of movies, is they're dumbing them down because they think people are too stupid, and it's easy to do.
Well,
It's easier to do that with the kids. It's easier to do that with movies that are based around kids.
they might not
That
be
could be your
wrong.
excuse. Well, when people say, your movie seems dumb compared to the original, well, but it's for kids. That's always the excuse now, and for modern day audiences.
Right.
That's why I think we'll never see a Ghostbusters like the first one.
Translation.
Good night, PvP.
Oh, good night, PvP.
Sorry about
And,
that.
I see West Kegel is in the chat.
Yes, I need to get caught up on that as well. Hello, West Kegel. Good to see you. Glad you could join us. And Edge of Time says, stay puffed. West Kegel says, hello, all. And Edge of Time says, stay puffed versus Michelin Man in the World Series of Love. Get some more. Yes, I agree. Edge of Time says, hi, West Kegel. And West Kegel says, hail at Edge of Time. But I don't know. But do you think I'm being too hard on Afterlife?
No, you're raising good points. No,
That's the thing that everybody argues with
yeah.
me about. Everybody thinks it's like the best thing since sliced bread, and I'm like,
no.
Goonies.
I give it credit. It could have been much worse, and
yes, it could have been
show...
Ghostbusters 2016, right? So yeah,
exactly. That's yes, that doesn't exist in my book.
But that's a good example of what could have been done wrong, right?
Yeah, no, but I mean, you're allowed to enjoy something and still have criticisms of it, and I think, personally, my opinion, your criticisms are completely accurate.
Okay, here's my main contention, or what I think should what it should have, could have, and I know I had no input, but considering the age of the original actors and the characters, in my opinion, what they should have done, and to show us that they could still write a good movie, is I think it should have been the direct children of the main characters, not grandchildren. The grandchildren I think they went too far. I think if they would have been the original characters' actual sons and daughters, I think I could have swallowed that pill a little better. Does that make sense?
Agreed. 100% agreed.
Instead of making it look, and now think about this too. Not only that, but what they showed us of the kids, not the grandkids, but the kids of the original characters, they were all dysfunctional. They always got to do that. They've got to do that every single time. All that woman did was badmouth her father in the movie, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yep. Well, now we can't have a strong male role model, can we?
Exactly, and that's all they did was badmouth the father through the whole movie.
Yeah, that's another completely valid criticism. Yeah, you're right.
It should have been the direct kids, not the grandkids, and it should have not showed them as fools and idiots. And it's like, why do they have to do that all the time now? Total disrespect for the original OG characters, in my opinion. And like you said, of course, not enough of them. They were like just walk-on roles in my, and it's also my opinion.
I guess they did disrespect the characters in view of them as parental figures. Yeah, not as far as their ghost busting capacity goes, but I guess as parents they weren't very successful, were they?
No, they all had They were all, remember that they had pretty much broken apart. They weren't friends anymore. They didn't talk to each other.
Yeah, and that's bullshit.
Right, and what they mentioned of their kids was mostly focused on Ivan Reitman's daughter. I can't remember. I don't even want to remember her name. But as soon as she came on the screen and all she did was badmouth him, I'm like, oh my goodness, not again, not again. And then, of course, like everything else in Hollywood, including Iron Man and everything else, the granddaughter just suddenly inherits everything that Ivan Reitman worked hard for, and now she's the new head Ghostbuster out of nowhere without earning it, which seems to be another trope in Hollywood these days. They suddenly get it, and it's suddenly theirs, and they get all the credit. I didn't like that. because the original Ghostbusters deserve the credit. They invented everything.
Wow. I've only seen the movie once, and I own it. I'm gonna have to rewatch it.
I only saw it once too. That's why I won't watch it a second time. Sorry to say. And it'll never be on my stream.
Yeah.
I would classify it as a comedy. I would never put it up. Like my stream is horror sci-fi. I would never put it up in a horror sci-fi category. I would the first movie and the second, but definitely not Afterlife.
Decent. Yeah, the second was decent.
The second one I would put on a double bill with the Goonies and say, okay, you want to see a movie that's done right and a movie that's done wrong? You know, you got the Goonies, and you got go Afterlife. And the only reason why I say that is I'm such a big fan of the Goonies, and it's such a clear, obvious ripoff of the Goonies. But that's in my opinion. I know there's a lot of people enjoy it, and I don't want to offend anybody out there. It's just that I'd have to sum it up by saying I don't like the way they treated the original OG characters, I guess. And there's a lot of missed opportunities, just like with the new Star Wars. You know how we didn't get the original cast back together, and they made them all dysfunctional and broken down, miserable old people. That seems to be everything they're doing in Hollywood now.
That is true. Yeah, well, you can't have a successful male role model, especially if they're Western role models. Yeah, you're right.
Which brings me to another point, and I know it's not horror sci-fi, but here's where I seem to be the only one out there on a limb, and people don't seem to. I can't find anybody that agrees with me. But I did not like Logan. And everybody loves Logan.
Yeah, no, I had great expectations, and Logan didn't meet them. It was okay, but I expected more, I think.
Well, I think our expectations were subverted. That's what Hollywood likes to do now, because for all the fans of Logan, everyone I've spoken to, they're like, "Oh, I love that movie. That's the best Wolverine movie, best X movies." On and on and on and on. And I have to remind them that whole movie is based on the little girl who's the secret to everything, and they have to get her from point A to point B. And without that, there would be no movie. The whole focus of that movie was how she could kick ass better than Wolverine. I mean, he had training, military training. He had been tortured. He went through all these things, and that's why he can come out and fight. And he's a good fighter, and it's believable. And then right at the beginning of that movie, she hops out, and she's kicking the ass of all these soldiers. And what is she, maybe 60, 70 pounds? Maybe 9 years old? Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, goodness. And no offense to any fans out there, Logan, but for me, that's what I saw straight through the script and the plot and everything. I looked right at, oh my God, it's another little girl who's the secret to everything and who can kick ass. And she's like 60 pounds. And I like the performances of the guy who plays Wolverine, the guy who plays Professor X. But the part about the little girl and the whole plot being revolved around her, I couldn't swallow it. And the thing is that people seem to go. Yep. Most modern audiences don't see that anymore. They don't even look through to the core of what I'm talking about with Ghostbusters Afterlife and with Logan. They don't see that when you mention it. But don't you realize it's about the little girl who's the secret to everything? And they'll be like, "What?" It's like, yes, step back.
They see it
and
so
look at
much now, they don't even notice.
That's Hollywood's entire intention. Is to make you forget, right?
Of course, yes.
That's what Kathleen Kennedy actually came out and said, right? Is we don't make these movies for old people anymore.
Mm-hmm. Sean Carter's got some good points in the chat.
If I would just catch up on him, I apologize, Sean. Okay, Wes Cagle is the last one. Oh, and by the way, there's PvP saying goodnight. Okay, so yes, I am unfortunately too far behind. I think, let's see. Scotty is always naughty. I covered the original actor. We did show that one. Edge Time says, I hope you know this will go down in your permanent record. There we go. Thank you for reminding me, Scotty, by the way. Spidey.
Yes, you're welcome.
Those two names are so close.
Yeah.
And I'm always on streams with Scotty all the time, so nothing personal. Stay Puffed says Edge Time. Hello, Cagle says hello all. West Cagle. Edge Time says Stay Puft versus Mitchell and Man. Yes, I read that. Hi, West Cagle says Edge of Time. West Cagle says Hail. Edge of Time. People are saying hello to each other. Tied for 20 minutes, but you guys
What does that mean?
I think he might have had a little too much to drink. That's what I'm trying to. I'll try to decipher. Tied for 20 minutes, but you guys, tattooed over Dune. Okay,
Oh, he tried for 20 minutes, but you guys talked over me.
talking over PvP is impossible.
Yes, agreed.
Right, because when he wants to talk, he talks.
Correct.
Right, and I love the guy. I love him to be on my streams, but he tends to drink a little bit, to where he rambles on and he's slurring, and we can't understand half of what he says.
Oh, well, I'm guilty of that occasionally, too.
Well, me too. If I wasn't going through all the stupid treatment, I'd probably be drinking right now too. So I actually envy you guys if you're able to drink.
Mm-hmm.
Lemon Pie says PvP good night. And Spidey says good night PvP. Edge of Time says nog the halls with eggs and folly. And Sean Carter says for Afterlife, Egon was shown to have made a huge sacrifice. And they showed the daughter was wrong at the end. I was perfectly fine with it. The daughter was wrong at the end.
Well, yeah, that's true too.
But did she inherit all his equipment and everything he worked for?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Carter. I can agree but disagree. Sean Carter says, and him helping the granddaughter at the end from beyond. It showed he had tremendous love and was still a strong male figure even in death. But then why all the bad mouthing through the first 9/10 of the movie? It's like, okay, at the last 1/10 of the movie, okay, then they made him a strong character. But the bad mouthing is what just really left a bad taste in my mouth. That wasn't necessary, I guess. The movie could have been written 100 different ways, and bad mouthing him and making him look like a fool throughout the movie, I don't think was necessary. There's so many other things they could have done. But that's my opinion. Sean says, and him helping the girl. Okay, I read that one. And Edge Time says, morality plays. And Knight says, Pleasant Valley Picker. And Stream Elements said Stream Elements. And Edge Time says, cheers. And donuts.
Ooh.
PvP says, if anyone notices. We notice PvP. Don't act like that. There's no need for that around here. I give everybody equal credit. Some people, I give everybody equal credit. I give everyone a chance to talk. And some people get more time to talk than others. I'll put it that way. By the way, did you guys notice I never got to give my review for Jurassic Park? Every time I tried, I was interrupted and I stopped. I never even told you guys if it was A, B, C, or D or any of that stuff because every time I tried to give my review, I was interrupted. Right. Yep. So, yeah, that's not something that, but I don't let that happen to other people. I make sure everybody else gets their chance. Mm-hmm. Sean Carter says also for Phoebe in Afterlife, she was very flawed and needed help from everyone to succeed, and definitely wasn't a Mary Sue. All the characters needed each other at some point. Okay, then here's my question to that, Sean. Was she able to, what's those, I know that's going to make me sound stupid, but what's those guns they use with the pack on the back?
Oh, the proton packs.
Thank you. Remember, she immediately grabbed it and was a master. Even the car, as soon as they got behind the wheel, they immediately knew how to drive it, just like Ray with the first Millennium Falcon, right? They got their hands on it, and they immediately knew just as much as the OG. True. Yeah. Right. All they had to do is even though the other ones had to have a lot of practice, spent years working on that stuff. As soon as the little kids got their hands on it, they were masters at it. That's my point. And Edge of Time says impossible. And I don't like to be too hard on it. It's just that for me, I'm tired of that trope where the kids they're handed it and then suddenly they're just as good as the people who worked years on it.
Yeah, not likely. Yeah.
Just like Ray from Star Wars. I kept picture like Ray from Star Wars.
Mm. Thanks for having me so much, Pop. I've got to duck out now.
Me too. I know it's incredibly late. Thank you.
I appreciate you having me. And if folks want to check me out on Canadian Spider-Man on YouTube and Rumble, I have lots of travel videos. And I appreciate sometimes you'll find me here.
Yes, and I want to second that. He's got some fantastic Mexico videos and diving and all that stuff. The guy really travels all over the place. I'm envious.
Good. Well, good night. Thanks.
Good night. Take care. And Sean says she wasn't a pro. She destroyed the town. But she didn't have, I don't know, it's the character arc. But I don't know. We can agree to disagree, Sean. I'm glad you enjoyed the movie. That's what I'm saying is I didn't want to offend anybody who did enjoy the movie. Because I know it has its fans. Good debate. We should discuss more one day when I come on. Yes, and you're absolutely invited. If you can join us next week for the thing, that would be great. And the same with you, Edge of Time. Flamethrower, yes, please, says Edge of Time. And Sean Carter says, good night at Canadian Spider-Man. Right. And I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up because it's also late for me, and I'm going to try to get up early in the morning. I've got stuff I got to do. And I really, really appreciate you guys being here in the chat tonight and hanging out for some of my stupidity. But I think we had a really good panel, and I think what's funny is there were so many people with Jurassic Park talking over each other. There were a lot of behind-the-scenes trivia that I wanted to cover that I never got a chance. I would start talking, and then I would just give up. But oh well, maybe another day, right? Maybe we'll do a sequel, and then we'll cover some more of that then. Wes Kiko says, good night, Canadian Spider-Man. Well, yes, he's such a great guy. And Sean Carter says, hey, Wes Kiko. But yes, good night, everybody. And by the way, I know it's late for all you guys. And Sean, I know you've been working your butt off all day and night. So be careful if you have to drive tomorrow. If you have to get up early, that's what I always tell everybody because I'd hate to see somebody get in an accident and find out it's my fault. So with that, I'm going to say have a great night, everybody. Take care, and I hope you see me on Gilligan's Island tomorrow. And then, like I said, we're going to be covering The Thing next Tuesday. So take care.